everyone to the TLPT circuit main event. After 4 flights of day 1, we had 505 participants and 60 players made it to day 2. But unfortunately, we only have 9 seats at this final table. So let me introduce these 9 lucky players to you. In seat 1, we have Wan Huan with 330,000 chips. In seat 2, we have Zhao Jiaming with 1,595,000 in chips. In seat 3, we have Zhou Yiyu with 560,000 in chips. In seat 4, we have Zhu Fangzhou with 1,850,000 chips. In seat 5, we have Jia William with 2,575,000 chips. In seat 6, we have Wu Xuetong with 1,820 in chips. Seat 7, we have Zhong Weizhen with 1,35 in chips. Seat 8, we have Zheng Jing with 605,000 in chips. And in seat 9, we have Stephen Song with 1,945,000 in chips. I wish the players best of luck, and dealer, shuffle up and deal.哦，不会，不会，不会。
老师吗？
啊，
开始了吗？
开始。要不要去交手机？
哎，刚才我说他们筹码的时候。
Welcome everyone to the final table of the TLPT circuit main event. After 4 flights of day 1, we had 505 entrants and 60 players came into day 2, and we have the final table of 9, and came into this final table with the chip lead is Jia William from Australia.
Yeah, it was Kevin's favourite, apparently.
He played really well, and amazingly enough, when we watched him play for almost 2-3 hours, there was no showdown. So he was able to take down all his pots, pre-flop or on the street, without like taking into the river to the showdown. So actually, a lot of the players might not have a lot of info on him unless they looked back on our stream.
Which you would expect most to have done, I guess, right?
Yeah, you would. Definitely, Stephen Son is obviously the one with the most results at this final table. He's actually got $9 million in earnings across the globe.
And multiple titles, WPT, EPT, World Series bracelets.
Yeah, very accomplished player.
Probably the most experienced. I mean, there is a chance like somebody has been playing for ages, like in the live circuit, but not on the same level.
Definitely. I think in terms of tournaments, he's definitely have to be like the most experienced player at this final table.
Yeah. So no pressure, perhaps, for him. How many of these players would you guess are pro players?
I would say Jia William is definitely a pro player. I think I did read a bit of bio of him, and it did say that he's a professional tournament player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that a lot of times you can deduct who's a pro, who's not by the kind of style and the kind of
Ooh.
pre-flop style that they raise. So we actually see a all-in already on this final table from Wen Huan, and he's shoved it in for 330k at this point under the gun +1. And then small blind here has woken up with pocket jacks.
Yeah, with a bit less than 7 big blinds, it's a pretty easy all-in, and then now Zhong Weizhang needs to figure out exactly how to proceed. There is players behind him with big chips, and he has 26 blinds. And he's just gonna jam over the top. You like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that play. I think
Oh,
that
there is only one player. Sorry,
correct,
behind him, yeah.
correct, because he was in the small blind,
Yeah.
and with only one player behind him who also has 10 big blinds. Yeah, I think it's fine. It doesn't really matter how he played it. The chips are just gonna go in.
All right, here we go. That didn't take long. Wen Huan facing elimination, and I can bring up the prize pool. Let me look it up. I was just having a look earlier. I think it's almost 10k for busting down in there. That's gonna be quick. Wen Huan immediately exiting this final table. He had the whole night to get ready for this, and unfortunately, being on the short stack, on the shortest stack, makes a correct all-in and ends up running into it.
And we're down to 8 on this final table,
荷官送饭。
and everybody's looking at a money jump.
Yeah, so that's 9.7 thousands for our player who just exited the tournament. And next is 8th place, 12.2. 7th will be 16,000. 6th, 21,000. 5th, 28. 4th, 36.3. 3rd, 47,000. 2nd, 65. And 1st place, 120k. Is it often like this? Like second place gets like almost half of first place?
Yeah,
Because I asked you about the free roll. It was 100k then 78, and then you said it's pretty top heavy.
Yeah.
Or did you mean like top 3? Because like to me, I was
It
like,
is.
yeah, that's
yes, top 3.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
'cause
I
it
mean,
was like pretty flat compared to.
correct.
to
I
most.
think that if you look at the prize pool, top 3 does get majority of the prize money. I think that usually it's between 17% to 20% for first, which is a very good payday.
Do you think it's better this way, or would you rather see flatter payouts in most poker tournaments?
I think that having top heavy in the first 3 spots is good in the sense that, like, I guess, you want extra buy-ins for future tournaments, right? And that's going to give you that. But at the same time, you kind of think about it is if you can flatten it out a little bit and then say, for example, everybody who cashes get a little bit more, then you have possibly a bigger pool of players
Yeah.
for future tournaments. So, it's give and take. But yeah, I mean, top 3 is what everybody's going to be playing for.
As a pro player, you prefer that first place is like, a lot and top 3 is more. I asked the pro once and I was
Yeah.
like, surely this is bad for pros because, there's a lot of variance.
Mm-hmm.
And then the player in question told me, no, like it's better. Like
It
as
is
a
better.
pro, you're
As a
more
pro.
meant to do well, like deep
Yes.
in the tournaments. And then
Yes.
like when you get first place, it's like so much better.
Well, personally, for the health of the, I guess the ecosystem, I would actually like to see more percentages of the field getting paid and probably more of those players getting paid a little bit more compared to just the top 3. Because,
Yeah.
like you said, the pro players are the ones taking home the big checks.
Sometimes.
Well, on this final table, we currently have the chip leader. And Zhong Weizhang is in this hand versus the chip leader with pocket jacks.
Yeah, William turns second pair here, which currently is no good. He's gonna check it to Zhong Weizhang on the button with the jacks. Trying to think how much he likes his hand here with the king on the boards.
He's still currently ahead with his pocket jacks, and William picked up a middling pair on that turn. And then he's going for a 175,000 bet, relatively small into this pot.
What's the incentive here ever to raise, or you just pure calling here, you think, when you have the queen 10?
No, I don't think I'm ever raising. I wouldn't raise with this kind of, in this kind of spot. I mean, you can merit a raise with a hand like maybe Queen Jack
Yeah.
or straight draw, things like that. But
Wow, you check back.
yeah, so he's just taking it easy. More of a cautious player there rather than going for some value.
I'm surprised you didn't think more.
No,
That's
no,
a
he
very
didn't.
quick
It was
check.
very quick.
Yeah, he had made
check
this
back.
decision maybe on like most turns. Yeah, on the turn, on what you would do on most rivers.
Yeah, definitely siding with caution there, and not even thinking about value betting. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him putting like even 280,000, because of the
Yeah.
small bet on the turn. You
Is
can.
Jia William one of those players that's capable of bluffing the river though if you bet small? Because that's usually the worry, right? If you bet small, you don't want to get re-raised here with jacks on 2 kings on the board.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think he could be capable. I haven't seen anything out of line from him, right? Like, I would say maybe somebody like Stevenson might have that type of play in him a little bit more than Jia William, but I haven't seen him kind of, out of line or anything so far.
So say you were the one with the jacks here, and then you bet what you mentioned,
Yeah.
and you get check raised.
Oh, no,
What-
then you're
what
just
would be
hating
the thought
life because
process?
you're like, well, I think I'm good on the river and I've chosen to bet. And now, and when they raise back, and if they're bluffing, they're raising a really big amount. They could be putting you all in, right? So
Yeah.
you've got a really tough decision on your hand. So it is one of those spots where, like, okay, do I think, the opponent is capable of doing so? And yeah, I mean, like, am I going to be making this call if he does put me all in and raise? But it is a very advanced play, and I think most players just wouldn't really pull that trigger very often.
Yeah. Jia William opens with the ace queen. Zhong Weijiang in the cutoff. He's gonna flat ace jack offsuit. We're watching a heads up match so far. A bit of a heads up match between those guys.
We have big blind with the queen 10 coming along for this three-way pot.
This is a standard defense multi-way?
Yep, queen 10, there's nothing really you can fault from it. He's pretty much just calling one big bet to see a flop. The queen 10 is a variable, playable hand.
It's early position open though. I talked about this with a friend recently, and he was telling me when you play this type of hand, queen 10 off, king 10 off, you're mostly playing like, you're trying to get the nuts, flop the nuts.
Yeah,
Where like you're gonna
yeah, exactly.
unblock like all their like sets and 2 pairs.
Yeah, because as you can see here, even though he is top pair, he's up against, top pair with much better kicker.
Yeah. So Zhao Jiaming, although he turned top pair checks, we see Jia William with the bets. That's half pot actually. 200 into 400,000. Zhong Weijiang gets out of the way. And now Zhao Jiaming faced with a decision. He's playing 1.4 million total. He's obviously not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's got plenty of chips to make a call and then decide on the river what to do. Ooh,
Ooh,
that is a
aye, aye,
great card for Zhao Jiaming. Here he has made 2 pairs. And now let's see if he's going to check it to Jia William or if he's going to lead out with a bet.
It's going to make 2 pairs, but yeah, some straights, or 1 straight I guess, did get there. But it's, oh yeah, I mean, there's also the flush draw miss. It's a pretty sick river. And then he's thinking, how much can I take this guy for? He has 1.2 million, there's 805. Is he a pro player, Zhao Jiaming, would you think?
I don't remember too much of his plays from yesterday, but from what I can see, what I saw yesterday, I kind of feel like, yeah, he's probably one of the better players on this table.
Well, what bet would you like to see here?
I don't know. I would probably go for like 500, 600K, I think, would be
Yeah.
a nice bet to put out there.
We saw him slide some chips
Okay.
in 700k, so
Yep,
almost a
so-
full pot.
So a little bit on the bigger side of things, 700k. And I'd be impressed if Jar William, can find a fold here with top pair, top kicker. It is weird for the opponent to check and then lead out on that river. And yeah, he makes a call, and we see a really massive pot here being won by Zhao Jiaming, and that brings Zhao Jiaming as the chip leader now on this table with 55 bigs, and we see that Zhao William has dropped down to 1.2 million chips.
Yeah, he's actually 6th out of 8 now in chips. How fates can turn quickly here in poker. This one hand was all it took. That'd be very hard to fold on the river.
It is, yeah, especially how the kind of hand played out.
Yeah.
You really, literally have to put the guy on somehow making 2 pairs on that river.
Do you think if he had gone all in for 1.2 into 800k, then he makes the fold much easier?
It's hard because even with 700k, a pot size bet out there, he didn't really think very long putting that 700k.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking that, yeah, there's a chance that if he did shove for 1.2, there might be, because the fact that he didn't think for so long at all, I think that he might be inclined to still call.
To Fangzhou. Thinking about it, under the gun with force. And he does open up here. It's kind of bottom range, like it's almost like, I think under the gun, we're 8, I guess, but like usually, would it be like 7s plus you're comfortable opening, or do you think in this setup here with big blind ante, I actually don't know so much, like how much the range has changed? Are you okay with the open with force?
Yeah,
it's a little bit light.
That's the thing with these like little poker pairs. It's really annoying. You much prefer raising in late position with these small poker pairs under the gun. Yeah, I think 6s plus I think is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you have so many players behind you. Every big blind really matters. But he did take a look at the big blind, and big blind is relatively short. So maybe that is also one of the reasons why he decided to put in a raise there.
Yeah. All right, let's see. What do we have in the big blind here? King deuce off. Zoe cannot catch a break so far. She's been not really getting anything much.
Yeah, she's going to just look to ladder up as much as she can at this point. There's 2 players sitting roughly with the same amount of big blinds. And, they're looking to find a hand pre-flop and try to double up if they can.
I gotta say, every day commentating this, it makes me want to play more and more. Wu Shuetsong, let go of the 7 deuce.
Now it's in Zhong Weizhen here, finding a queen jack, raising it up to 110. But right behind him, we have Zhen Jing, and he's picked up ace king.
It's very short. It's easy all in. 10 big blinds. 1 time back to really sell it.
There it is. It's going to be all in for 480,000. And he's one of the players with 10 bigs on this final table.
So you thinking, come on, call. Bust him out. Yeah, I don't think with Queen Jack there's much you can do in this position besides fold, right?
Yeah.
It would have to be like from the button and after that you can consider starting to call this, or would you say maybe sometimes even a little bit before?
Yeah, I think that, faced with that kind of play, a fold with Queen Jack offsuit is the best decision.
Yeah, but like from what position would you call? Like let's say you button and then big blind jams 10 bigs, Queen Jack obviously you're calling, I guess?
Yeah, I'm a little bit more inclined. I mean, I would still think that, you're probably going to be behind because I don't see the big blind shoving hands like Queen 10, Queen 9 out in that spot.
Yeah.
You know, I can see them doing it with, say, an ace X type of hand. I can see them doing with a good king X hand. So yeah, I mean, you can talk yourself into a call. I wouldn't fault it too much, but then, yeah, I mean, I might still be inclined to fold there. Yeah.
Stephen Sung picking up his first playable hand here of this final table. 1.8 million in chips. So 36 big blinds. Just gonna open it up. And Zhou Yu, ace-5 suited on the button, but a very shallow stack. Not much 3-bet room here. It should just be all in or nothing, and ace-5 suited probably not what you want to go for.
And then Jao William here with a big blind ace-6 decided to let it go.
Isn't he supposed to play with that, with his stack size?
No, I think it's actually a good fold
Okay.
by him. Yeah. I mean, there are players who would argue that, you know, they're going to look at a flop with any ace that spot.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, it's like, well, so if you do hit top pair with your ace, are you any good? You know, and if the player does put pressure on you, how many streets are you going to be putting in there, right? And then that could mean that now you're dwindling yourself down to 10 big blinds, and that's going to put yourself in a pretty bad spot.
So from what ace would you like to see him defend there?
I think you can start looking at ace-X suited, that type of hand. I think there's nothing wrong with that.
And offsuit?
Probably I would go with ace-9.
Is it because...
Oh, I mean, actually, I would defend ace-5, ace-deuce, ace-3, ace-4 suited as well.
Yeah.
No, those hands, yeah.
Yeah, I mean suited, yeah, of course. But
Yeah.
I was talking more like offsuit.
Yeah.
Is it because it was 2.2 also? Like, let's say it was 2x, then you widen a little bit what you're going to defend?
Yeah, still the same. I think it makes no difference.
Okay.
I really don't think that, like, yeah, especially against a player like Stevenson, who's more likely to put pressure than to just let you get away with maybe one call. He's probably going to be betting more. You probably fine just letting it go.
Zhao jamming opens this ace-6 offsuit in the hijack. I'm not an expert with the tournament ranges, but this seems a little light too, no?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players would raise with a lot less, just depending on, you know, how they think they can maneuver post-flop.
Yeah.
Players who can play well post-flop, they widen their range by a lot. I mean, I've seen people, you know, raise like king 6 and all that stuff in these kind of positions as well. Yeah, I mean, it's really just up to the person. I don't ever think that there is an exact rule that you need to follow when it comes to playing poker. I actually do think that, you know, depending on the players on the table, depending on your momentum, depending on like how you have played with the players on your table for the past like 2 days, you know, you can change it up depending on who you're up against.
You need to be like water, and that's what Wu Chuesong is doing here with the lead outs. With his top pair, leads out for 200k. Easily the most unconventional player at this table, I think. You've seen him
Definitely,
limp,
yeah.
snap goal in,
Snap
in
going.
many scenarios.
I think we saw him like just open shipping ace king pre-flop with like 30, 40 big blinds yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. So I would probably say he's probably the least experienced player at this table just by how I've seen him play those hands.
He has great composure though. Yesterday I watched him a little bit when he was not playing on the feature table, and he lost a massive flip. He was actually like really down to nothing, and I think he was against Zhou Yu, and she was like celebrating like crazy.
Yeah.
like yes and stuff, and he like barely flinched. He just like stayed composed, kept on playing well, and now there he is.
Yeah, no,
Really
he
decent chip stack.
he has a lot of smiles. You know, yesterday we saw him sitting on the table and he was just smiling ear to ear, like every hand chatting and having a good time, having a lot of fun. And it's really good to see that, you know. To him, I think he's just so happy being at the final table, and whatever results, you know, coming out of this, it's all going to be good, right? Like
Yeah.
he's not bothered by it. There's going to be players obviously who's like coming into this with high hopes of taking down the trophy. But, sometimes it's not really up to you. So, yeah, there's, flips that comes into play. But, this player, he's just happy to be here. And whatever place he finishes, he's going to just be walking away with a smile on his face.
Zhu Fangzhou, Jack 8 suited in the cutoff.
我上去就涨了100万，
现在200多，
现在250。
那你就稳住了。
38 big blinds, pretty healthy stack.
有很多短板，也不是说
Going to open it up, looks like.
CL 我肯定
105,000. And some way John. King Queen offsuit in the big blind here.
Now, very easy defend for him. And,
He's playing very similar stack as well.
yeah, very healthy stack, both of them. Just opts to call.
Ace 10-6 with 2 diamonds. So Zhu Fangzhou, major miss. He's the pre-flop aggressor and in position.
Now, good board for him to see bet though, and I can see that Zhu Weichen might come in for a look on the turn, depending on the sizing. He bets 90k, which is pretty small.
You would have liked to see a bigger bet here?
No, I think there's nothing wrong with him betting 90k. He could size it in a way where he could bet once more on the turn depending on what drops. And I think that's a pretty, Zhou Weichen can represent having a 6 here because he's in the big blind. His range is going to hit that 6 a lot more than the pre-flop raiser. And that is probably something that he's thinking about right now. There he goes. So he's going to think about leading that turn now, representing a possibility of having a 6 in his hand.
175k. Definitely not a comfortable spot for Zhu Fangzhou here. I'm guessing he's pretty likely to let it go unless he wants to bluff, in which case he can call now and plan on bluffing the river or raise now.
Yeah, it's
Usually players tend to give up the spots.
exactly really good play there from Zhou Weichen, recognizing that that turn card was really good for him to lead out. Now Zhao Jiaming and Zhu Weichen are both the chip leaders on the table, and with the lady at the table being the shortest stack.
Stephen Song under the gun. Queen Jack offsuits. He's going to open it up. Last time was 2.2 and same sizing again here.
Yeah, I can see Stephen having the exact same raise size with his entire range, just to balance it out. I have seen players who seem to raise bigger when they have a better hand. Now, Zhou Yiyu has made a call here with pocket 3s. And she's sitting on very little amount of chips to be making this play here, with a lot of players behind as well.
Zhu Fangzhou not sure what to do. King Queen offsuit, he's gonna let it go. Yeah, William, not with much.
Now Zhou Weichen here picking up a hand, pocket 9s, with a nice stack of chips.
I expect a call multi-way. It's pretty tough because if he 3-bets and Stephenson comes back over the top, then he's in a really, really bad spot. So he goes up to go for the call. Big blind with ace queen offsuit, Zhang Jin. And he's got 12 big blinds.
Yeah, I actually would like to see him shove his ace queen here, because technically he is just faced with one pre-flop raiser, which is Steven under the gun, and two other
I thought he
callers.
folded.
Yeah, right, the time bank chip. And, you know, there's so much money in the middle right now for him, and he'll pretty much just doubles up
Well,
by just
Zhou Yu
putting
has
his
to
chips
call,
in.
Maybe. No, yeah, she might. With threes, if you call this much and there is this much in the pot,
Yeah, I don't know what her plan is. I don't even think she should have been in this hand, to be honest, because in a way, I kind of feel like she's calling her threes pre-flop to see a flop, right? So it wouldn't surprise me for her to actually fold that.
wow. And also, yeah, if everybody falls to Zhong Weizhang against a short stack all in like this, I'm guessing he's calling as well.
Yeah, Zhong Wei Zhang, I don't see him folding the pocket nines to the ace queen shove.
Is there any chance he also called because there was a short stack behind and he's almost like hoping for this to happen?
No, not with pocket nines. I think that he's more worried about Stevenson, so he's calling pre-flop with the nines because of Stevenson's stack.
Here we go.
There it
All you
is.
can eat.
He's left himself with chips behind, so he's actually just gone with a 3-bet to 300k.
Okay.
Now that quickly, Stevenson gets out of the way, and the action's back to Zhou Yiyu with pocket threes.
And she must feel sick at this point.
Oh,
She's
for
just
sure.
really had absolutely nothing the whole time she's been on the feature table, including yesterday.
Yeah, okay, so she's going with the pocket threes, and we're back on the chip leader, Zhong Weizhen here.
Yeah, and I think for this amount, I don't expect he will get out of the way too often.
Yeah, I mean, he is asking what Zheng Jing actually has behind, because let's not forget
I
that
folded.
Zheng Jing made a 3-bet, so therefore he just folded and let go of
Oh,
his
wow.
pocket nines. I mean, he's probably thinking he's behind. But he was actually in a really good spot to possibly bust out 2 players.
Yeah. Plays it conservatively.
What?
Yeah, so he only lost like 1.7 extra big blind on top of the small blind. Not the end of the world, I guess. But threes against ace queen, 2 shorties going at it. Zhou Yu facing elimination. And Zhang Jin, if he was to lose, he would be very short.
You
Less
know
than
what?
5 blinds.
This whole scenario worked out so well for Zhu Yiyu at this point.
Yeah. Oh,
No, I mean, like, that ace queen raise got pocket nines to fold. And otherwise, yeah, like, she would not be doubling up here if pocket nines was, you know, hung around any longer.
I told you she celebrates.
Yeah.
She wins.
She wins. And that actually really changed things, because if she had folded, then pocket nines would probably have gone along and called. And yeah, I mean, we would have seen ace queen bust out instead. But now we see her actually, what, like, really building almost a 15 big blind stack now, right, after that hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yesterday, our hands, it was somebody opened, and this gentleman here with the white polo, he was in the hand also, and I think she like, or maybe 3-bet, and she went all in over the top with the short stack, and he ended up calling, and she had jacks and had ace queen, and she was yelling something in Chinese. I'm guessing it means hold.
Right,
And
right,
then the whole
right.
way she was screaming hold, hold,
Hold,
hold, and then
hold,
she
yeah.
won and like just celebrated.
Yeah.
I was really happy.
No, it's really good to see a female on the table, and I think that in the opening event we had 2 females on that final table too, so it's just really good to see, you know, the girls being represented.
Yeah, Xuan Liu won a big event.
Yeah, she did really well. I saw her heads up play, fantastic player.
Ladies taking over before the summer in Vegas.
I mean, I think that we would like to see more ladies enter the tournament to begin with. I still think that, you know, in terms of those high buy-ins, the ladies are still quite shy.
Was the representation in poker in general? Do you know like any numbers?
1%?
1?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's really low.
I would've
It's
expected
really
more,
low, yeah. we do get more in Asia. I think the Asia percentage probably is around somewhere between 4 to 7, depending on the event.
Okay.
But that could also be to do with, I guess, like smaller buy-ins and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the WSOP gets okay turnout just because, you know, I think people save up once a year to go out to World Series. Yeah, but in general, like, you know, the ladies, they find it still very intimidating to be sitting there. We've got quite a hand happening here. And we're seeing 4 players contemplating this spot here. We see a cutoff. No, we saw under the gun, raised it up, cut off cord, and Dilabata came along, and now it's up to the small blind, Zhen Jing here. And
Family pot.
yeah, he's the one currently the shortest at the table. He's got 6 big blinds with a pair.
I think he's gonna go for it.
And he's using up another time bank chip here. Try to figure out what's the best play.
He was reaching for chips, then slowed down. He wasn't quite sure. Wait, did that?
Oh,
He
I
just
think,
called.
did he just call? He did just call.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right. I guess he thinks that there might be a better pair in the mix. So he decided to just call and see if, I guess, he hits a 5.
He will be left with very little, but I guess he's in small blind, so next hand he will be button.
Yeah. So for him, I guess, like, he felt like people are not folding to him pre-flop. So he might get one extra handing by leaving himself with some chips behind.
It's tough though, because Zoe doubled, so now she has, or more than doubled. She has like 15 big blinds, and now he would have less than 3 big blinds himself.
Here, Zhou Wei Zhen is in a great spot, hitting that tiny pocket pair. And it's one of those pairs that, you know, people don't really think of and pay attention to the deuce on the board. And then Zhao Jiaming here has top pair.
And it's the 2 players with big chips that got something here.
It is.
Potentially a very big pot brewing. Sang Jin feeling absolutely sick. Why can't I ever make a set? Well, it's not that likely to make one, that's why it's hard to make a set.
It is very hard to make a set. And we're seeing Zhen Jing here just decided to
Gets
call.
out of the way.
Yep. And
He's gonna have to watch a 3 roll on the river.
I'd be like, damn it, should have got an all in pre. All right, let's see what the pre-flop raiser decides to bet on this turn. I feel like that 4 is probably not a card that really worries him. So he's reaching for more chips here.
You're sitting so pretty with the set on the button as well.
You are, yeah. I mean, you get to see all the action happen before you need to make a decision, and that's why, you know, in poker, that position matters so much.
So this was half pots.
Call.
Yeah, going for a bit of a half pot bet. And Zhou
And just
Weizheng
a
once
call.
again
Even with a
decides to
flush
call.
draw on there, by the way.
Yeah, you know, he's not too worried about that. You know, at the end of the day, flush draws are still going to be hard to hit. So he just hopes that his opponent just keeps betting for him.
So he's massively underrepresenting his hands.
He is. You know, he did not put in any raise. He did not show the strength of his hand. Right now, Zhao Jiaming still has to think that he would be ahead.
Almost 1.9 million in the pot. This is a monster pot. And Zhong Weizhang has 1.4 behind. And oh my god, if he bets Zhao Jiaming. This is gonna be tough regardless, because even if he checks here, Zhong Weizhang is, I don't think he's gonna bet small.
Yeah, because he's going to have to think, all right, you know, I'm thinking Zhou Weizheng probably has an ace in his hand too, right? And what kind of ace does he have? I don't think he's made 2 pairs. So therefore, he's going to think that, oh, I might have a better kicker here, right? So he actually decided to go with a check now on that river. And it's up to Zhou Weizheng to see if how much he wants to value Zhao Jiaming here for.
It's pretty obvious he has an ace that's like not a super strong ace, right? Because he would probably value jam like ace queen, ace king.
Yeah.
So then how do you pick the right sizing here against this? when you have 1.4 and there is 1.9.
Oh, he's gone with 1.1.
Do you like it, or do you feel it's a bit on the bigger hand where he might be able to show him the exit door?
I think that he would be more inclined to fold if he had shoved 1.4 million into the middle.
Yeah.
I don't mind this 1.1. And, you know, Zhao Jiaming could think that the opponent, without re-raising him pre-flop, could have hands like ace-9 suited, ace, you know, those kind of hands. There's a chance that the player could have maybe like an ace-jack kind of hand, possibly ace-queen. You know, so yeah, he's going to have to just kind of figure out what, you know, kind of holding his opponent has. And to be honest, I don't know if ace-10 beats much.
Maybe it's a bluff.
Yeah, missed flush draw could be there.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like a multi-way pot where on the button, sometimes like, could there be some missed straight draws?
Yeah, there may be. All right, he's gone for a call, and he's going to see the bad news when Zhong Weizhen turns over his set of twos.
Yeah, what a monster pot. Zhong Weizhen.
Huge, yes. Momentum-wise, man, you know, we're seeing Zhong Weizhen chip up to 87
God.
big blinds, a very dominating chip lead on this final table now, more than double the guy in second place.
Yeah, that felt like a screw it call. He felt like he couldn't make a decision. Maybe he was running out of time in time banks, and he was like, all right, show me.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where, you know, have you ever seen a player with a coin at the table and then they toss it and they're like, you know, which way it falls, I'm going to make a call, I'm going to make a fold. And it felt like it was like that for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
我知道，但是你
Big pots here.
不太会 fold。
Is there a better feeling than having this many chips in front of you and then just, you know, organizing them a little bit?
我知道。
Yeah, it's pretty nice being the chip leader at the final table.
啊，主要那边有推了，他 fold 了我就接你了。
But at the same time, it's one of those cases where you have such high hopes that you're going to be winning the tournament. And then if you don't, you're going to start replaying back every single hand that you've played and what mistakes you might have made.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe losing some sleep over it, right?
And the blinds went up 60K. Now our big blind, everybody getting a little bit shorter.
And Zhu Fanzhou here picks up ace king. Great hand. You know, pretty much the nuts pre-flop for most players.
He's looking at all the stacks. Some big pay jumps coming up here, of course, on this final table. It's going to open it up to 130K.
Wu Xuantong's just taking his time to kind of balance out his thinking time. But here,
Ooh.
Stephen Song in a small blind picking up pocket jacks. Oh, we could see a classic coin flip coming. Yeah,
It's 25 big blinds deep, so
it is. I can't really see anybody folding their hands here.
And he just calls. Do you like this with jacks small blind against +1, or would you have liked to see a all
Well,
in over the top?
you know, he's got to take the fact that there is a very small stack on the table into
Yeah,
account when
yeah.
playing this hand, right? So he's thinking, well, do I need to get it in here? Because money jumps do matter, right? So for him, you know, ICM and everything, that's going to come into play. So he's going with a much safer route here where pre-flop he's like, well, you know what? I'm going to see a flop and then I can play post-flop with this player.
So without ICM, like let's say we're not even near the bubble here, you would have liked to see him just go all in?
Yeah, I think that Steven might definitely consider putting a 3-bet in from the small blind with pocket jacks. And then
25 deep, it's better to 3-bet with jacks out of position than to just go all in? 25 big blinds?
I think that when you 3-bet in there with jacks, you're almost hoping your player shoves now with a worse hand, right? So now, for example, if you shove, the players might then talk themselves into folding a hand that you might be crushing. But if you just re-raised it, then they might be like, oh, I think you're up to no good, Stephen, because
Yeah.
he's a player who is capable of betting light.
Yeah.
You know, so 3-betting light is, yeah, definitely in Stephen's arsenal. So, yeah, I think you would be playing pocket jacks to trap the player by just raising without, you know, shoving your chip stacking.
So turn went check check.
Yeah, there's been not a single bet has gone into this pot apart from pre, is it? I'm just thinking. What the action was it? Was it bet on the flop?
Yeah, I think small bets.
Okay, a small bet on the flop, and then yeah. Stevens would love to see maybe an extra street here, but just a pair of jacks in hand.
And Zhu Fangzhou.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Checks back.
Checks back.
The run out scared him.
Yeah? That's kind of a little surprising. I thought that he would be able to find maybe like another small bet on that river.
So if you're Stephen here, you're thinking, thank you for saving me money
Oh, yeah.
because I'm
Oh, because-
snap-calling a third pot.
Because this is the funny thing with players who are pros at the table, is that when they have the hand, they're going to be able to extract extra value, maximum value from their opponent. But then their opponent is unable to do the same. So that gives them such an advantage being an experienced player at this table.
Yeah. Zhong Weizhang in the hijack with the queen jack offsuits. Looking to open things up here. 4.4 million to start this hand. A massive chip leader at this table. Zhang Jin, he goes all in, but that's really a call to the raise that was there. And Zhao jamming in the small blind wakes up with ace king.
And he himself, with only 10 big blinds
Whoa.
left,
Calm down.
is going all in now.
He splashed the pot.
We splashed the pot. Too excited. And then Zhong Weizheng is faced with a 10 big blind shove at this point. And possibility of eliminating 2 players if he does decide to make this call. But, at the same time, it is queen jack offsuit, so I don't know. He seems to be kind of siding more on the cautionary side, but that is also before he's got this new accumulated wealth of
Yeah.
4.2 million chips.
I flatted jacks in a spot where.
And funny enough, they both have an ace, so it'd be very live. Yes, 32%, but gonna get out of the way and let them run it. So Zhang Jin, our player at risk here, very, very short with 130k. If he was to win, though, with all the action that there was, definitely would win a decently sizable pot.
Hoping for some clubs would be nice, and the 9 would be great. There it is. Hits a 9. Looking to double up now. So far, so good. Oh, man.
Wow. Zhang Jin.
Oh, no. That's an ugly river for him. Unfortunately, we've lost another player at this final table. And down to 7.
And Zhao jamming wins an important one here. Because he wasn't at risk of being eliminated, but there was the raise as well from another player. So a good pot, good pickup, rebuilds back up. I was starting to think this guy's just running terrible. Just
Yeah.
runs into a set, like nothing can go right for him. But here finally he picks up some chips and momentum.
Yeah. It's always a bit of a sigh of relief when you can build your stack to over 10 big blinds. Instead of looking for spots to just shove it in pre, you can start raising with hands in late position and so forth. King Queen here for Wu Xuecong. You're raising up.
He said raise. But yeah, because you can change the amount. Oh, sure.
And with 7 players left,
Oh, that's
everybody's
true, yeah.
guaranteed at least $16,000 The next page jump after that would be 6th place with 21,000. But of course, everybody's thinking about that first place prize of 120K.
Now Zhou Fanzhou here in the big blind with the same hand, King Queen offsuit. Only 70K to call to see a flop.
And they're playing similar stacks. He's gonna make the call.
Now both flopping top pair here. An aggressive bet coming from Wu Shutong. Just, you know, the air of confidence as he made that bet. It's like, I've got the goods. Betting 300K.
Zhu Fengzhou obviously not going anywhere. Maybe thinking about raising. There is some hearts out there. He does not have one.
Zhu Fanzhou considering his options. It's a relatively, you know, drawy board. Oh my god! What?
Wait.
Wow! Wait, really?
I think he had the bet size threw him off.
Okay,
Like it's too big. He's
Right.
got it.
right. But I mean, like, what? He has to put the guy on literally what, like ace queen, kings, aces,
Yeah.
and queen jack.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I would just think that you would warrant a call, just one, maybe just one street of just calling him on that flop. But no, I mean, folding top pair and second best kicker, I did not see that coming.
It seems maybe he's playing a little scared
Yeah.
after the hand
Yeah.
earlier with the ace king. Like definitely on the tighter
Cautious
side.
side,
Of
yeah,
playing
yeah. Because I mean, he's, I guess, just shying away from a spot where it makes him quite uncomfortable to be, I don't know, calling that flop. Another king queen on the cutoff this time for Zhao Jiaming.
Playing 16 big blinds. Going to open it up. Okay,
Ace 10.
2 big blinds. Zhou Yu on the button.
She decides to just call here with her ace 10 suited. I think with that stack size she's playing with, I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a pre-flop shove, just based on the positions they're in.
And they are nearly identical stacks going into the hands.
And they both actually make a pair on this board. And Zhao Jiaming, being the pre-flop raiser, continues.
$90K. Very quick call from Zhou Yu. A jack on the turn of diamonds. Both players with a pair and a gut shot. He's gonna go check check. Diamond again on the river, so no flush gets there. Only with their hearts. Could they have gotten maybe scared a little bit of a potential flush? Getting there. Zhao Jiaming checks, and Zhou Yu looks like checks back.
And she takes down that pot and did not find another bet on that river.
And Zhao Jiaming down to 13 big blinds. Zhou Yu goes up to 23 big blinds now. picking her spots very well. I would love to hear the reasoning, like with the pocket threes earlier, exactly. Because she called for like almost half a stack. And
I
like,
don't
I think
know.
both of us, like, we never in a million years played like this. So I would love to hear, like, exactly what did you think?
Yeah, just that hand. I there's not much you can say about it apart from, yeah, like, I don't think pre-flop it was good. You know, I mean, it's not the worst getting in when you have that little amount of chips behind. But I didn't really know what her plan was going into that hand. I felt like she just wanted to see a flop, and if she happened to hit a set, she can continue. But, you know, there's going to be so many overcards on any board, and she's not going to be comfortable, you know, putting in any more chips. So with her stack size at the time, she really should not be looking at flops, try to hit a set.
Stevenson with the open with the best hand in poker. Ooh, Wu Shuizong with 10-9 suited in big blind, definitely not going anywhere. I think it's 25 big blinds effective to start the hands. Wu Shuizong, we've seen him lead out, but definitely not with just second pair here. He's gonna check it. To the razor, 350k in the pots. How big do we go? There's a flush drawn there. Bets 90k, gets snap calls. I'm always inclined to bet bigger. When someone's like, you want to do this?
I mean, yeah, because look at that board.
Wait, did you just lead out?
There is straight possibility,
Oh my
there's
God.
flush possibility, but I'm fine with Steven's sizing. And very unconventional turn play here. I guess it's because he's turned a flush draw now and to go with his pair of tens, and that he decided to actually lead this turn into Steven.
That is sick. 300k. Into what was 530. Stevenson obviously not going anywhere. Will be very interesting on like some tricky rivers to see what happens if we see a lead jam.
Oh, that is a great
Oh my
river for
God.
Wu Shuizong. It is one of the outside he's looking for, and he goes all in immediately for
Wow.
1.5 million in chips.
And if Stevenson calls, he's out. And oh my God, it's such a hard hand to get away from here with aces. Both of the flush draws missed.
I
And then-
mean, maybe if Steven thinks that there's a possibility of a queen jack,
Yeah,
he could look to talk himself into folding here.
but then why would, I mean, it's such an unconventional line, right? It's like, why would queen jack just lead out on it, unless it's queen jack of diamonds?
Yeah, Steven would be kind of, you know, seeing the player he's up against, right? So he's been playing with this guy now. I've seen them both at the same feature table in the past couple of days. And he probably would know that the player, with that quick reaction on that river, just putting his chips in without hesitation,
Yeah.
his pocket aces is probably beat.
You know, I play a lot of hands like this, and then every time, like,
Yeah.
let's say whether I call or fold here, and then if I know what
Yeah.
villain has, I'm like, am I meant to just jam turn here? And then it's like, you think about it, it's like, no, like he bet big. He kind
bet.
of did the work for you. But
Yes,
it's
he did
like
the work
you,
for
You
you.
lose it, and you're like,
Yeah, yeah.
what am I meant to do?
But a lot of times you do look it up. It's because they have a lot of outs on that turn. They decided to bet into you,
Yeah.
you know. And yes, you know, there are players who do raise, players who lead the turn. And I've seen that. I've seen that from them too. So we're seeing Steven really breaking down the possible hands that Wu
like, if
Shuizong could have.
If you start jamming aces here, like, I mean, would he even fold the 10-9 of diamonds? I don't even know. But like, obviously, you're gonna get snapped by any set, any two pair, like combo
Yeah.
draws. Like, you're just really hoping to see an absolute blank on the river when you call. Make life easy, but the 9 of clubs really putting Stevenson in the tank here. I'd be very impressed if he can let this go. What do you think? Is he gonna call?
I think it's very player dependent, and facing with that particular opponent, I see Steven Song being good enough to let this one go.
师傅帮我 hold 起。
It's another one of those coin toss situations. No, the chips are going. He does not believe his opponent.
He's gonna get the bad news.
He's going to see the bad news.
The exact same face I make when my aces get cracked by
Yeah.
river two pairs. Stephen Song finishes 7th here in this main event.
Yeah. I guess, the fact that we get to see their whole cards, we can tell what kind of player, Xu Shitong is, right? Like Wu Shitong, he is the type of player who doesn't really have a poker face. He kind of like just plays exactly what his hand is.
Yeah.
Right? So from that fact that we've been watching him, we've seen his whole cards, we've seen what he's doing with them, and every time he's put his chips in, he's got the goods, right? So in this spot, if Stephen Son, I don't know if he's looked at the past stream or not, but if he could see what this guy's and how he's playing, because there are times where you look at this guy and he's like, he's crazy, right? But yeah, if you actually saw his whole cards, he actually has had the goods every single time. And if Stephen had that information, I do think that he could have found a fold on that river.
And Stephen Song, for his efforts here, is gonna win with the 7th place, $16,000. And I think this should be a pretty big sigh of relief for the table. Seeing
The best player has
potentially is out.
busted. Yeah, and you know what? The chip leader, another very capable player coming to this table, is sitting relatively short, which is Jia William, and it's great for the recreational players at this table.
Yeah. I saw an article earlier about this final table, but I can't find it again. I could have
Probably on
sworn I
Poker
read.
News.
Sorry?
Probably on Poker News, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking for it and I can't find it. Even though I linked it to myself to use it on WhatsApp, now it opens something different. For
Oh,
some
I
reason.
see. Yeah.
And in it,
Maybe those updates.
I think it was Stephen Song that mentioned how many bullets he fired.
Oh,
into
6.
this. Oh, okay.
Yes,
so you
yes.
saw that.
He put in 6 bullets into
Okay,
this.
yeah, so he was in for a
Yeah.
lot, so it's not even that big a profit here.
No, it's not. He really had wished, his stack could have taken him further, but unfortunately, he didn't really build much momentum. I don't really think he won a single hand on this final table. Wasn't really. And the only time he's picked up pocket aces, that we've seen, it's just gone down in flames against, the big blinds 10-9. So pretty unfortunate.
I remember a big hand that he won, though, with aces in Vegas, the tournaments that he might have won at the time. So, that's the aces. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah.
The second pair on the river here.
It is.
These are like the players that I find the trickiest to play against. It's so hard to read. He
It is.
He calls the flop, leaves
Yeah,
out the
yeah.
turn, snap jams the river. I'm like, what?
That's the problem with, try to break down a player and how he plays, right? Because everybody has different logic when it comes to this. There's going to be players here who does not know what is the correct way to play post-flop,
Yeah.
right? So you're going to get a lot of, weird leads and check raises and, unconventional plays. And yeah, I guess it comes from experience, being able to kind of decipher what's going on and what the players' holdings are. And, Stephen Son just happened to get it wrong this time.
Yeah, if you play most hands that play a more normal way or more usual way, I think you can kind of picture the bluffs more easily.
Yep.
But now because of
Exactly.
the way it played out, it's how do I piece this together?
Right,
Because
right.
you have a suited ace that missed the flush draw that he would ever play like this. It's
Yeah.
just so hard.
It's actually really funny because some players would actually tell you that they can go and play a high roller tournament where they know pretty much all the players at the table and everybody play as you expect them to play.
Yeah.
Right? Then you come to something like this where the players play all sorts of different ways and it's actually harder to figure out what they're doing
Yeah.
and what kind of holdings they have when you come across some of these tables, right? And, we saw that Jia William and Stephen Son is having trouble maneuvering on this table. So right now, Wu Shitong sitting very happy, looking like his
Ooh.
second chips with pocket eights here.
And Zhao Jiaming goes all in with his short stack with top pair, but he's dominated by the eights, which I don't see going anywhere. 8-5 off, though, in the mix. That actually led out for a small bet on the flop.
64.
Wu Shitong currently ahead here.
He's big chips, and Zhong Weizhang is the biggest chips
Correct.
at the table, so it's a tricky spot.
It is a tricky spot. Like, do you just call? You know, do you think there's a chance he might shove it in to protect his pocket eights if he thinks it's currently leading?
No,
You don't know.
relaxed. He's so relaxed.
He's relaxed, but you see, the thing is, I don't know what this player is gonna do. That's the thing, right? Like, you know, against when there's pro players, I can actually see them calling the pocket eights
Yeah.
a lot on this flop. But yeah, with him, it could be anything. Okay, so he goes for the call, and straight draw decided to let go of the 5-8.
88也拎谱啊。
And he's really happy to see his opponents standing there with just Jack 7 for a worse 2 pair.
6 players left.
Go!
Zhao Jiaming's life on the line. 5 on the turn is not going to help.
Oh.
And the 8 on the river
Seals the deal.
sees him being eliminated in 6th place.
And Wu Shitong is currently our new chip leader at the table. Just had a really, really great run of hands and won every single one of them.
So 21,000 for a 6th place finisher. And all of a sudden we're down to 5, $28,000 guaranteed for all the players left in the tournament.
好爽呀！真猛！
好死两家了呀！
Next pay jump will be, or 4th place finish will get 36.3. So the pay jumps are getting bigger and bigger.
6万还是2个6万？2个6万。6万是多少？45万，6万。
Who is the shortest now? Is it Zhou Yu? I guess. Jia William, 900k. So 15 big
澳大
blinds.
利亚强大的中国人。
我看你澳企，
Wu Shuizong. Cut off ace-9 offsuits.
怀疑就是父母都是中国人
He's got a big stack on his left on the button.
他应该不超韩国人。
啊，是吧？
Three deuce suited, three deuce offsuit, not gonna do it. Zhou Yu in the big blind with Jack 10 offsuits. Makes the defense, flops the open-ender against top 2 pair. Ay ay ay.
我12岁的时候吹读湾区的名字。
And she started the hand with 22 big blinds. It goes check check. Wait, you go check check on the flop.
家也在美国。
Oh no, he bet one,
okay.
100,000, yeah. And she made a quick call. And now she's checked over to him once again. And
It's
he's,
so fast.
I know, he's betting 300,000 now.
She's like, what do I do? Oh my god, this guy is awesome.
我过去6年在中国就
Like
待
she's
了
probably not going anywhere yet. Wants to see a river she can get there.
差不多。
And does not get there. King on the river. Absolute disgust for Zhou Yu who checks. And he's if there were ever any doubts,
两对儿
And he shows his hand.
yeah,
Very nice.
he folds and
Gentleman on the table.
he shows he flopped it.
对
Yeah.
我也接了，买
He
出来我
shows
也
that he has the goods.
买出来我也接。
And there's some non-believers at the table, but he's like, you know, why? You know, just you guys are just giving me all these free chips because you don't believe me.
And Zhou Yu is suddenly going to be very short here after these hands. I think less than 15 big blinds now.
我肯定摇了，我转牌第2枪都不想要的。
Yeah, she's less inclined to commit her chips all in pre-flop. She does like to see, you know, at least 3 cards before putting her chips in.
Well, yeah, I think she just hasn't had the top hands that she'd like to put the money in with, like the big pairs or big broadways.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that there's spots where she probably could have shoved and she opted to just call instead.
With what hand?
The ace 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's probably not good. I think ace queen plus she'd start going for.
Yeah, but then
what
it's
I've
like how many hands you're getting per hour, and then how likely you're going to get kind of these kind of hands to do that with, right? So you just really have to make the
just-
most out of it.
等一
Wait.
下吧，因为他不是放20个，我也不知道他多
Wu
少。
Shitong just opened ships now
你放在20个
on the
里
hijack with pocket eights.
Yeah, Jia William opens under the gun.
Oh yes, sorry, I
and
didn't see
he's,
that.
he's
Yes,
not
he just.
playing. He's playing what, 15 big blinds.
这是20
And Wu Shuizong, even with
你放在20
Yeah,
a big stack behind him, he just jam over the top.
he just jams. He's just decided I'm gonna bulldoze this final table, and you know what? I've got so many chips. Even if the guy on my left finds a hand, you know,
Yeah.
he's fine. He's fine. He's all in for 5 million chips, and
哎，回是多少？
let's see what under the gun John William decides to do here.
他刚才让他点了。
没事没事。
Wow. and
Chucks
he
it
lets
into the
go.
mark. Does he? No, he calls, right?
没开呀。
No, he mucks
folded
it.
Yeah, he
Oh,
folded
wow.
cards in the mech.
Yeah, okay. So I'm actually surprised that he doesn't just open ship pre-flop with his stack size.
Yeah.
He goes for a raise, and then when Wu Shitong came over the top, he decides to let go of his ace queen. Because you've got to keep in mind, this is a 5-handed final table, right? When you have 5-handed kind of, you know, these spots, ace queen is such a strong hand.
不要跟他跑也是对的。
And, you know, I guess there's only one player that has less chips than Jia William, which is the only lady left at the table. But
Yeah,
I
they
don't
have
know.
the same stack now. I
Exactly,
think
they
it's
have the
really
same
about
stack,
he
yeah.
wants her to buzz first. And also, mind you, Wu Shuizong, he's shown up with the goods every time. So now when he snap jams, it's like you give him like a very strong range, right? You don't picture him starting to jam like not that great of hands just because he's got big chips, I think.
Yeah, but at the same time, you got to think, okay, well, I'm holding ace queen. How many is it? Like, probably less likely he's going to have a hand like ace king. So then it could be read into as having possibly more pocket pairs. And in that case, you know, I really think ace queen is just way too strong to be
Yeah.
folding there. And, you know, to make your life a little bit more simple, ace queen is a very easy hand to just get it in pre-flop.
How many big blinds did he start the hand with?
Maybe it was like 12,
15, right?
12,
Yeah,
13.
no, because he has 13 now.
Yeah,
Same
yeah.
so it was 15, yeah.
You could profitably jam up to 20 big blinds pre-flop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with 15, 16, there is just absolutely nothing wrong just committing your chip stack there. Because I actually thought he was raising to call, but I didn't think he was raising to fold.
VPIP zone wagering 45%.
你们勾勾都不3P 的啊。
Yeah, this is actually definitely not how I pictured this final table was going to play out. I thought we were going to see quite a lot of hands between Jia William and Stephen Son, and possibly those two players going to heads up. But no, it's definitely not the case here.
价值太弱。
那国内勾勾4P 5P all in 都可以给你干的。
I feel like Wu Shitong's kind of already feeling that trophy. A lot of confidence coming from him.
Absolutely crushing it. Damn, so I'm getting PTSD from when I fire some tournaments and get nothing for hours. Just feels like she's not getting too many cards compared to the rest.
All right, Jia William says to his neighbor, please, you know, don't have a hand here for me to call. And he shoves king 9, and then
Oh, wow.
Wu Shitong actually folded his king 8 without even really thinking about it. And once again, face up. Giving his opponents actually a lot of information just then.
K 不小。
You can,
If somebody folds king 8 here for this stack size, does it tell you you should jam even wider?
感觉不
you
对
should be jamming any 2 cards.
纯看感觉。
But he's going to wake up with it.
Or he has to wake up with it. And I'm going to be betting on the fact that, you know, majority of the time he's not going to wake up with a hand that he can call with the fact that he's folding king 8.
So you jack 4 offsuit? No, thank you. I love how he looks at the TV every time.
King 9. Again, now this time on the dealer button.
10 big blinds and a half. Is this a really plus CV jam? King 9 of suit?
I probably would be inclined to it, especially seeing that Wu Shitong is really willing to fold
Yeah.
King 8 there. So you're pretty much saying, okay, you know what? I'm up against one other player, right?
Yeah.
And that player has to actually call correctly as well. And that player is also, we've seen him caution on the safe side as well. So I'm playing my button right there with the King 9 as if I'm in the small blind, and I'm probably looking to jam any two. Facing with a limp, Zhong Weizhen
Whoa.
decided to raise it up with the 9-5 offsuit to 200,000 chips.
It's pressure time.
And quick call from Wu Shitong with his big stack.
You can't put pressure on the Iceman. Just snap calls you. Flops second pair. Whereas Zhong Weizhang, I feel like when you take this line, you're meant to just keep firing away here, right? He's just got 9 high.
Yeah,
Like a boss.
Zhong Weizhen, being the pre-flop raiser, is going to try to represent the ace on the board. And he's betting 150k. With 150k, I don't know if Wu Shitong is going anywhere. He's going to definitely just see a turn.
精彩。
He did snap call, but he still calls pretty fast.
Oh wow, he's hitting all sorts of stuff. So,
Yeah.
you know, even though he's ahead, but that turn's going to make him feel a lot more comfortable with his middle pair. And he goes check on that turn.
看能不能
And
all in 嘛？
the river, he goes all in. Oh man.
That's so sick.
The problem there is that when you kind of shove the river like that and the opponent happens to actually make a hand
Yeah.
to call you with, you actually lose so much of your chips, you know. And that's very unproportional to the pot, right? So you could see that this guy stacking chips is in his position, like in position of him. He's got, you know, position on Wu Shitong, and if Wu Shitong keeps making these kind of plays, that guy, you know, he waits for the goods and he can just really easily double up of him.
All smiles.
Yeah.
And Cloud9, he keeps winning every hand.
Yeah, definitely. I tell you, right now, the momentum is very much on his side. And a pocket six is here for Jao William on the cutoff with 10 bigs. What? Oh, wow, okay. I don't even know what to say. I am actually really surprised by that.
I think, yeah, just the dynamic between him and Zhou Yu, where they have similar stacks, he just wants her to buzz before him somehow.
I do think that they have almost the same stack, right?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
she has
okay.
11 blinds.
Yeah.
And he has 10. But the thing is,
I,
she has the patience of a monk.
She does. She
So you're
really
looking to
does.
blind out to one big blind, basically.
Yeah, correct.
And then if she doubles, you're just screwed.
Yeah. No, I think sixes in that spot is just way too good of a hand to not jam. You know, I'll be okay with him folding pocket twos, pocket threes, pocket fours, you know, so
Yeah.
forth. But yeah, pocket sixes, I think it's just a little bit too strong. And like you said, if you're going to play this outlasting game with Zhou Yiyu, I don't know if you're going to win it, you know?
I don't think so.
Yeah. She was very happy, like, dwindling herself down to, like, you know, 5 big
But
blinds,
she
3
did
big
do-
blinds,
She did do some
right?
strange stuff, like that call with the threes. Like maybe he's counting on something like that to happen again.
Yeah.
But surely he saw that hand. Like she called a raise for like what was it, half her stack with threes,
Yeah.
and then called a jam.
And here, she just 7 deuce, not going anywhere. Oh wow, like she actually had the opponent in the big blind crushed.
27，我操！
真假的？
So he gets a walk. Quite surprising to see walks at this stage of the tournament. But yeah, pretty garbage hands being dealt there. All the players seem really friendly with each other. They're having a lot of fun on that final table. Not taking things too serious. Ace King, Zhou Yiyu. All right, the hand that you've been waiting for, right?
And imagine how much credit they're gonna give her now. She just folds everything for like hours and then finally
just
has, like, it has to be
sitting
Ace King
now,
plus.
right?
Well, yeah, it's Ace King.
Yeah.
If somebody has a big pair, though, I mean, they just have to call. It's just too short, but nobody has anything. And at least she wins the blinds, which Jia William will not be too happy about. So now he's trailing behind.
No.
We're actually seeing Wu Shutong's pre-flop raise percentage is actually really, really low. Actually, the lowest at this table.
Well, he's just been in more situations where he was just calling, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
right? I don't think
That's
like,
right.
the sample is so small.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to read too much into it.
Well, with the chip stack, I would like to see him ramp up that aggression a little bit more pre-flop.
Yeah. So Wei Jiang not gonna play the 9-4 offsuit. So Yiyu,
Another playable hand
800k,
here.
and the blinds are up. So this is now 10 big blinds in a cutoff.
Yeah, another 10 big blinds. But she doesn't like to commit her chips pre-flop, so I can see her just going for maybe a raise in this spot here.
我都看不懂这数字。
Almost put it in and started reconsidering.
好了，跟住跟住。
Okay, so
说完加之后，你这样哪怕说错都是还是有效的。
she decided to call.
Was the floor saying that if you start putting the chips over, you have to...
Maybe a call. Yeah, there seemed to be some kind of ruling there.
Yeah.
And Jia William here, pocket eights. A really, really good spot for him to ship his stacking and then pick up all that dead money in the middle, because I can't see Zhu Yiyu calling him with queen jack suited here.
And also, he has to think, is there any traps here? Does she ever do this with aces, kings, or like big pairs?
Yeah, I don't think she's that kind of player to limp those hands.
Yeah.
And probably not at this stage of the tournament either.
That would be a sick timing, though.
Yeah, it would be.
She did
You
that.
know. He's gone for a raise here.
40万吗？
Raises to 400k, and he keeps a little bit behind.
Now,
So
Wu
if somebody all-ins and then she calls, he would fold?
yeah, there's a chance that, you know, leaving yourself a little bit behind allows you to make that play. Zhou Yiyu here. Probably not going to be able to see a flop with that kind of raise. And not, especially not with that stack size behind. Let's go. Easy pickup.
And just like that, he gets ahead by 0.4 big blinds.
我9勾省钱了你。如果10勾竖起我就上了。勾拳输。
Jia William in high spirits.
盖吗？还是你会 call 的？如果你刚才16万的话，然后我推出来，你会 call 吗？
可能会 call 了。
可能会啊。
勾圈数也是挺好的牌。
对啊，多好呀！
你勾拳输啊？我9勾输。
好嘞，还好我没 call 你。算了，我一定要。
His 3 of suits, not good enough. With 9 big blinds. A6 suited for Zhu Fengzhou. He's in the cutoff. There's 2 shorter stacks than him, though. And the 2 bigger stacks are in the blinds.
We're going to see a raise here. And Zhou Weizhen with the king 6 off decides not to defend.
So back up to 25 big blinds. Yeah, you said you would like to see Wu Shuetsong apply pressure. I wonder, like, whenever we see his hands, like, let me know if you think there is one that maybe was a good spot. Because I'd be curious about that. That's something I know.
At this
Ultimately.
point, you know, you can just literally don't even have to worry about your whole cards. You can play the situation, right? You have two really small stacks at the table.
Yeah.
You have somebody, with middling stack raising it up. Sometimes you can put in a 3-bet without having any hand, right? Just in the event they do fight back, you can easily let it go. But a lot of times they have to respect you, and you can pick up a lot of small to medium pots that way. So yeah, I would definitely like to see him widening his 3-bet range, and instead of just shoving a pre, he can very comfortably start 3-betting.
但别人要输也都给我听不懂。
Now Joe Williams with the ace-8 suit on the cutoff. Still below 10 bigs.
Yeah, he still has barely more chip than Zhou Yu, and she will be big blind before him. Still opens it though.
Now putting a committing raise, he's bumped it up to 400k.
I guess by doing that, he prevents that there's going to be a 3-bet that's out of line, which, to be honest, his stack is so small, I
Yeah.
don't think.
Yeah, and it prevents players from coming along to see a flop with some marginal holdings.
Yeah. And Zhou Yu down to 7 big blinds, and she's in the big blind right now, I think. Or maybe small blind. Oh yeah, she's in the small blind.
Wu Shitong here with pocket sixes.
Going to open it to 200k, so 2.5x. So you was out of there so fast we didn't even see her cards.
Probably not gonna be looking to defend Queen Deuce here.
Okay, so you just got the blinds out of the way, but 6.5 big blinds now.
Sorry，
不要 struggle 吧。
不是不行，加快一些节奏。
如果大家同意，应该我觉得可以。
他这个可以 spider 吗？不能吗？
你可以盲 raise，
哇，就盲 raise。
没有话语权。
Under the gun, Wu Shitong with Queen 9 off.
Would you open it in this position?
I would. I'd probably be opening. Definitely one more hands than he is opening right now. And you have to keep in mind he's short-handed as well.
Yeah.
So yes, it says it's under the gun, but technically you're maybe cut off? Oh, hijack? Yeah, exactly. So you have to think about it like that.
And Zhou Yu here jams her sixes and picks up some blinds. Very important to stay alive, to be able to do this sometimes. Still less chip than Jia William. Wu Shuetsong in the big blinds. That's one big blind you should be very careful about attacking right there. This man is dangerous.
Under the gun, ace deuce for Zhong Weizhen here. I'm interested to see if Zhou Fanzhou would actually raise Jack 5 suited here. I would like to see him do that.
We folded king queen on a queen high board, so I think this is going straight to the mug.
I remember that. I do remember that.
There it is, folds.
Now Zhao William with 8-7 off, facing the chip leader, the big blind. I think with the lady at the table being so short, I don't think he's gonna really shove any into here. It looks like he's going for some calling chips. Oh, and Wu Shutong announces he's all-in, and a quick fold from Zhao William. Lucky he didn't shove that,
Yeah,
shove that small blind.
that would have been a poor timing for sure. He managed to not run into it. And again, Zhao William and Zhou Yu, same chip stack.
Yeah, same chip stack now.
9 big blinds, and she's gonna be paying the big blind first here, next hand.
So we have 5 left in the TLPT circuit main event. And we've lost Stephen Son, who came into the table with being second in chips. We had Zhao William, who was the chip leader of this tournament at the beginning of the day, but now one of the short stacks. And the man in the glasses, Wu Shutong, is our
9 big
currently
blinds.
chip leader. All right, great hand for Zhao William here on the dealer button. He once again is looking in to bump it up to probably 400k.
11 BB 吧。
375 right now. And Zhong Weizhen, a playable hand for sure with pocket sevens here,
He's gonna
putting his
ship it.
player all in here. And Zhao William calling.
Off to the races. Zoe Yu cheering for the sevens to make it all the way. She doesn't want to see an ace or a 10. So she can ladder up.
It's Zhou Weizhen in the hand.
Yeah, but Zoe Yu, she's the one
Oh, she will be,
sweating.
you're saying, right.
And we do see a 10. And Zhao William will double up. Very bad news for Zhou Yu here. Now with 9 big blinds, Zhao William is 19, and she's by far the shortest stack.
But
We'll
le-
see if it makes her maybe go
yeah,
all in a little more.
a little bit more aggressive.
Feel a bit more urgency.
Yeah, try to pick up some chips, try to go for a double up. I think that, you know, being the shortest stack at the table, you pretty much have no pressure now in terms of, you know, ICM. You don't have to really worry about another shorter stack. So yeah, let's see her get her chips in and pick up some blinds. It's important to try to maintain that stack size to around 10 big blinds where you still have fold equity, because the last thing you want is players, you know, who pretty much can call you with any 2 cards, you know,
Yeah.
from the big blind, and you're unnecessarily having to, you know, kind of go for a flip here and there.
Although they might not necessarily, because of the dynamic of her going all in so little, so they're really going to give her credit.
Yeah, but
So if she started jamming even a little bit looser, I still think people will give her credit for being like tighter than what most people would go all in with.
yeah, but only up until a certain point, because sometimes when you're faced with 3-1 on pot odds, you know, you really have to just call with any 2.
Yeah. But it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to determine that, I think, against this specific player.
No, I think that when you're down to 3 big blinds and she's in a small blind, now
Yeah.
her range has to be way wider than just having those premiums.
But for you, for a proper pro, I guess like it's easier to determine like those ranges and what you have to cover with. Don't you think?
Well, at the end of the day, you just have to play your percentages, right? So if you're getting like say 3-1,
Yeah.
I'm putting in my 4-3 offsuit. I'm putting in my 3 deuce offsuit, right? At that point, like, you know, it doesn't really matter. I've got a big blind in there. I've got a big blind ante. She's shoving 4-3. You know, I'm calling. Small blind picks up pocket queens now. And he's facing a short chip stack in the big blind. Does he go for just an open shove, or does he decide to maybe limp, let her shove herself?
He should definitely raise, right? Because if he limps, like she plays pretty tight, she's not supposed to jam a lot. She's just gonna check and catch up a bunch. Or maybe, I guess, would you see it as you giving her an opportunity to maybe flop a pair? And
yeah.
then
The problem is, I think that if he plays it, give her an opportunity, but I don't know if she will take that opportunity like a normal player would, right? I see her probably checking a lot of her holdings and taking to a flop with him.
yeah, but I mean, like from the flop, let's say like nothing scary comes for him. What, like he bets one big blind and then looks to just keep building up the pot up until the river.
Yeah, he could do that. But, you know, that is if she connects with the board at all. But, yeah, I mean, I like a limp, I think, with queens there, just hoping that she would shove pre-flop because it does show weakness. I wish it's on here with the king 9 on the cutoff. Okay, good. He calls. Okay, all right. I thought he was going to raise. Instead, he went for a call.
I don't know if he announced it, but he grabbed the chip and immediately we saw a fold behind.
I think, yeah, he's been announcing his plays prior to putting out the chips. An easy decision for the big blind here. Probably not looking to play a really big pot with the chip leader. Out of position especially.
So queen 8 suited checks in the big blinds. We're gonna see a king high board here.
Wu Shutong connects once again, and not too shabby with top pair there.
He already had the chip ready.
A very easy day of poker for him. Just seemed to really, always flop some goods to continue with. And extending that chip
怎么
lead.
天天在那里 limp 啊？
Now sitting comfortably on 74 big blinds with 6 million
抢多
chips.
人没对到。
And Zhou getting shorter and shorter, 6.5.
小多没蹲到。
Now on the button.
That being said, Zhou Yiyu came to the
同意吗？
day
我拿个
already
可以
short in
同意一下
chips, and she's lighted up quite nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That pocket 3 is really the perfect outcome somehow.
yeah, somehow.
Of what
Totally
looked like
dominated,
yeah,
totally
initially when I
crushed.
saw- When
Yeah.
I saw the play, I was like, all right, well, that's
Yeah,
the exit.
yeah.
but
I know.
no.
We thought she was gone. Yeah. Zhou Weizhen seeing is there an opportunity to widen his range and raise it up here with 9-10. Decides not to do it. Great spot for Zhou Yiyu to ship it in now with the ace-6 suited.
She goes for it.
Now Zhao William in the big blind folds as well.
6.5 big blinds all in. Everybody's gonna fold. So she's up to 9 big blinds again.
你有大约多少？160。 我两个差不多吧。
Looks like Wu Shuesong is
那
like
个比我多一点。
got insane amount of chips in comparison, but the difference actually between him and his neighbor is not that massive, right? It's just that he has more smaller chips.
Yeah, so the dark red ones are the biggest denomination.
Yeah.
So I believe the chip leader has more than double what Zhong Weizhen is sitting with.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. So it's actually quite a big difference between the two. is raising it up to 160k with ace 10 under the gun. Zhou Yiyu, we've got a mystery hand here. Decides to come along.
What? Pocket fives?
Okay,
Oh,
there
king
it
jack
is.
suited.
King Jack suited.
I like that better than having threes here. Ooh, and the spades here in the big blind as well for Wu Shuetong with 10-7 suited. Alright, so you needs a king or a jack out there, ideally. King high board or a jack high board. It's gonna be the queen getting on there. Nobody hitting top pair, but second pair for Wu Shuetong. Just gonna check it. Checks around. 5 on the turn. He checks again. And
Okay.
6 on the river.
And she played out with the best hand on this river card.
It would have been a good opportunity to try and steal this maybe for somebody. I guess
Yeah.
Wu Shuetong has showdown value.
He does have
in
showdown
seven,
value,
so
but
maybe less incentivized to do that.
definitely, because with Zhong Weizhen right here, having checked all 3 streets, he's going to have to start going, well, if I bet here, what is the opponent going to put me on, right? And what is he going to try to represent?
Yeah.
And yeah, there's not really much for him versus 2 players in the pot still on that river.
The man cannot miss.
No, he's just crushing it. Just non-stop. He's just winning every single pot. The poker god's definitely smiling down on him today.
It's not over yet. We've seen crazier things than a cheap leader suddenly having everything go wrong, though. So let's see if he can keep it going.
我接不动。
Yeah, next hand it's going to be the big blind. Also here.
不能打新一个盘后，我只能跟你们 all in。
7 big blinds for Zhou Yiyu under the gun with ace 5 suited.
Which is really hijack.
6万，对吧？
That's right, we talked about this. So she has to really think about the fact that there is only 5 players sitting at this table. And ace 5 suited, there's a really big strong holding in that spot, especially with her stack. Now she decides to raise it up to 160k.
Splashing the pot.
Wu Shutong comes on and calls with ace 3 suited. No luck connecting to that flop for both players. And Wu Shutong has now checked over to Zhou Yiyu. And a great turn for Zhou Yiyu here. She's made a pair. And quick check from both players and a check on the river.
中午赢了。哎，不中也大了，他 A 3，不中也大了，
Now chipping up a little bit to 11 bigs.
那不中也可能是 short。
对啊，他这个防守范围太宽了。
你这牌其实能打我很多架子。
为什么架子
转牌我
这个面？
抽花了，我抽那次花，你打多少我都接。
转盘有抽花吗？
有。你没有看过 A3梅花吗？
看，
草花、梅花。
看花。
反正有。
我想推了都。
推了你就 double 了。
你推了他可能接了，
接高接。
翻钱。
And all smiles for Yiyu here. It's always, good to win a pot. Especially as the shot stack at the table. under the gun. Zhou Fanzhou with ace-9 offsuit. Well, with 5 players, he's probably looking to raise this up. He's actually the player that, tends to have a higher frequency of raising pre-flop. And ace queen now for Zhou Yiyu, and she's gone for the triangle, and that's the sign for the all-in. And a bit annoying spot here for Zhou Fanzhou because her stack is actually more than half of his chips he has behind, which is 1.4 million. So yeah, she's going to take a big chunk out of his stack if she doubles up here and actually puts him as a short stack. And she's just going for 10 bigs. And he has to kind of think about, what kind of holdings she's been playing, her frequency of aggression pre-flop. And there really isn't much. I don't really remember her ever coming over the top of a raise with a hand yet. And even with the pocket threes we saw earlier, it was just a call. So I would have to read this into a hand that definitely beats ace-9 at this point.
赔率可以够了，那赔率肯定够了。我开2 BB， 你推5 BB 嘛。
对啊，我这才5个 BB 啊。
对呀。
是该推。
哦，没有，你10个 BB 说错了，操，那接不懂，那接不懂。
5个 BB 你能干
？5个 BB 我肯定。10个 BB，10个 BB 补8个 BB 好像不太够。
吃那卤肉饭好吧？吃那卤肉饭好不好？才10个 BB 推了。
大概有多少
？19个 BB。
Zhou Weizhen here, ace-7 on the dealer button.
哦，不对，17、18个 BB 吧。
好嘞。
And he decides to shove his stack into the 2 shorties in the small blind and the big blind. Makes the decision easier rather than someone raising and him raising and someone coming over the top. Definitely running away with that chip lead at the final table with 6.2 million chips is Wu Xutong. Small blind, ace-2, ace and deuce here for Zhou Fanzhou with 1.2 million. So he's got about 15 big blinds. Itemizing just an open ship in this spot from him. Ace-deuce, a strong hand in the small blind. And that's exactly what he does. And a quick fold from Zhao William.
我以为你 AA 的，真的这么玩。
没有，但我的冷后有可能会有 AA。
是吧？节奏好，咱被你打掉了，你在的节奏。
A lot of smiles, a lot of chatting between the players. everybody feeling quite happy and comfortable at this final table. Not too serious.
随意点。
太默契，睡着了，那个越来越小。
We still have a lot of events on the tour to bring you guys to be streaming for in the entire week. And there's going to be the 15K USD main event. There's going to be a 20K and there's going to be a 50K short deck. And now Jar Williams here in a small blind with 1.2 million, 15 bigs. Just goes for a shove and it's good. And we have Zhou Yiyu right now with 13 bigs and Jar Williams sitting on 17.
Yeah, next level is going to be brutal.
Yeah, big. The blind jumps up quite a bit.
才会知道啊。
It's going to go to 100K. If you want the shortest stack, that's never good news.
Yeah, it's like always just constantly try to keep up with blinds.
毕竟 WSB 主赛冠军都知道。
他喊我来玩。
他喊你来玩的。对。那确实要负责一点。
Everybody seems pretty high spirits.
It is. It's like just been chatting, smiling.
Yeah. Is it
No,
like sometimes five-handed final table is a little bit tense because
For
of the
sure.
breakups and everything?
For sure.
Not
Even in
the
the
case here.
even in the free roll that we saw, people were more serious. People weren't that friendly. People
Yeah.
weren't chatting. You know, it's more like they're your enemies. But with these guys, you know,
Feels like
it's
a
just
group
all
of friends
smile.
hanging out.
It is. It is. It's like playing a home game, right?
Yeah.
You know, except with a lot more money on the line. It's actually pretty cool for this event. Like, if you're someone who's used to buying into smaller events, you can qualify for this event with 500 USD. You know, if you like to play a slower structure, you can buy into this event with 2K USD. And there's some middling ones where it's 750 and 1K. So it's actually 4 different days of 4 different buying. And then all the players, you know, come together on day 2. So there's a chance that some players on this table qualified with 500 USD.
Yeah. That sounds like a very good thing to do, like a good format to do in future. I mean, I don't know if, you know, some players like will look at it and be like, okay, maybe that's unfair for like this or this, but I
Yeah.
assume it was like well thought of and perhaps something we'll see more of in the future as well.
Yeah, quite interesting. Jar William here with top pair, top kicker.
So there'll be an interview of the winner, right? When you do the award the next day?
The next day, yes. So I will be interviewing the winner of this tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, so honestly, I want Wu Shuicheng to win even more now because I want to hear this guy's story so much.
I know, it will be a fun interview, right? Because
Yeah.
just look at his personality, looking at the way he is. Yeah, it should be a very energetic interview, I'd imagine.
I'd be curious to, if he was to win, or even like regardless, I might even just ask him later, regardless of the result, how many big blinds did it fall to? Because when he lost that flip that I watched, which I think was against Zhou Yiyu, he was honestly, I thought he was pretty short. Maybe he wasn't, maybe he was still on 20 bigs or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Completely unfazed at the time, and definitely today hitting some good stuff to be our chip leader currently.
比较短嘛，这一个就很值钱，一个大魔就好多。
It's been a pretty intense pay jump to be reached here with 5 left. Initially, Zhou Yu and Jia William kind of waiting for one another to get eliminated. It's just not been happening. Wu Shuaicong Jack 10 offsuit on the button. 6 million in chips. So 75 big blinds.
No, that's quite interesting seeing the chip leader at the table actually going for limps on the button. Now, that's something that you normally do not ever see. You know, you usually definitely see chip leaders raising up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, giving the big blind, small blind a cheap look at the flop.
It seems like from, like we're able to watch him, so we see his whole cards every time. His strategy is like pretty straightforward, right?
Yes,
it's
exactly.
Like his hand is like it feels a little bit too weak in his opinion.
Yes,
Like we're
yes.
kind of starting to
Yeah.
realize what his opinion is. He's
Correct.
like, all right, I'll just limp. And then
Yeah.
if it was a little bit above this, maybe even Queen Jack or King Queen, then he'd be opening.
Yeah, precisely.
And he's not really doing it in a tricky way, but somehow
No,
it's working out.
It's
because
working out for him, yeah.
he
Because
keeps getting
it's
stuck.
almost like he's playing with his hands, like showing you his whole cards.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm saying that this is one opponent that, like, yeah, it will be pretty, easy to play against if you
and
can
it gets there again.
find some chips. Amazing. It's just been such an amazing run for this guy.
When I saw the turn, I was like, all right, well, he's obviously going to
Yeah.
call, and then on the river, it's going to be tricky. He's against two pair. But
And
Zhong
Zhong
Weizhang is
Weizhang,
just feeling sick. He's
He
like,
is
this
really
guy
sick.
just cannot lose.
yeah, he's having a laugh about it, and he thinks, from what he's seeing, he has to think that Wu Shitong has the goods once again.
But then it's like, what if this one time, finally,
That he's
he went for the
bluffing.
bluff? What if he has a lower two pair?
I actually don't think I've seen him bluff, right? Like, I can't really think of the time where
Yeah.
he has kind of made a bluff.
Well, you make the nuts every hand. It's kind of hard to bluff. right?
Exactly,
It's
you
not
don't
being
need
given
to.
the opportunity, but
yeah,
that's
yeah,
the thing.
yeah.
Now,
You don't need to.
Zhong Weizhang is like, what if he has a lower two pair? Would he ever play a lower two pair like this?
Yeah, it's pretty yuckier with holding two pairs, but at the same time, you're looking at any jack on that board makes a straight. There's a possibility of possibly, having a flush out there too. There's just way too much out there. And you've got to ask yourself, is your opponent doing with the worst two pair? Maybe. That's the only thing you can kind of put him on, right? And he happily shows
One
the
card.
jack.
He show, yeah, one card.
He shows the jack.
Great folds. Right, Zhong Weizhang staying patient and folding when he was losing.
And I'm very happy to see turned over the jack there. No guessing for him.
It's odd to show that you have it every time too. Like
It
you
is
want them
so
to
odd.
think you don't have
Yeah.
it, so they start paying you
Yeah.
more. But now it's like every time.
He's playing a really friendly game.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like usually as a chip leader, you're like, oh, I'm going to run you guys over. I'm going to be crushing. There is no info I'm going to give to you guys about my game. No, but not this guy. He's out there to make friends. All right, he's going for, I believe, another call. Now Zhong Weizhang here has picked up ace king, and I don't think he's going to be letting Wu Shitong see this flop that cheap. Still second in chips with 2.3 million. And is looking to grab some raising chips here. And making it 280k.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because you're like, well, there's no money jump really that you could be waiting for because all the players are on your table. Pretty much if you look at the clock, you just look at the clock for the blinds to go up, I guess.
Yeah, why is Zhu Fangzhou thinking with the 7-3 off?
Yeah, I have no idea. He's hoping maybe for the blinds to go up and that would force the lady at the table to be even shorter than she
So
is.
this is acting performance or what?
Yeah, so it is kind of maybe a bit of his strategy because there is no other reason why he would need to be doing this in this spot. The only thing I can think of is, you know what? There's a chance that they're approaching the break and he's just waiting for the break to turn over and then he can just go off to break and then let the other two players play out this hand.
Yeah.
通知板都没结束啊。好了呀。
You wanted to make sure no other hand starts.
Exactly. Because we've seen the lady, she's already left the table and easy takedown pre-flop for Zhong Weizhen here. And don't go anywhere. We're going to be on a break of 25 minutes and then we're going to be back with more final table action with the final 5 players. Welcome back after that nice little break to the final 5 of the TLPT circuit main event. And we have our big chip leader and it looks like they colored them up now and he's sitting with the 2 big stacks of maroon, the dark reds. That's a bigger denomination. And I think, Kevin, you remember this guy from yesterday.
Absolutely, he's a very fast player.
Very fast player. And do you remember him just like open shipping it with ace king and re-raising over the top with ace queen, but like for his whole stack every time?
Wasn't he the one who also spiked a 10 on the river when he was going all in against jacks and they were incredibly close to the final table?
Oh,
So
I
he
see.
was-
So maybe I wasn't there for that one, huh?
No, I don't-
Yeah,
no, that was me
yeah,
and
yeah. Okay. Wow. So you got pretty lucky.
He 2-outed for tournament life.
Oh, wow. So he's really feeling it, isn't it? So he actually came to this table middling stack. And here, Jia William was actually the chip leader on this table coming into the day. And then Steven Son was second in chips. We've actually seen Steven Son actually busted in 7th place. And he actually gave his chips over to Wu Shutong. And now we're seeing Jia Williams, one of the short stacks as well.
But I'm still not counting Ja Williams out either. It kind of feels that this tournament has been a bit of destiny for him. He's also been involved in a lot of hands. I feel like he's been playing solid poker. I don't think that there's any reason to count him out yet, especially because Wu, even though he's making great plays, also has been a bit reckless and careless from time to time. So these 60 big blinds, as amazing as it is, I can actually see that change real quick.
Yeah, because we've seen hands where the pot is like 600,000 on the river, and then he just rips 5 million into his opponent, right? He just goes all in, and you're like, well, you by far do not have the nuts on this board, right? So there's a chance where, say, for example, you're the player that's in position of him, and he does that to you, and you manage to actually pick up a good hand. You could very easily double up of this guy.
It's almost like he's playing it a little bit like it's an online PKO, right? Where it's like, all right, small and big, like I'm just gonna go all in. If you call whatever, I'll at least get a bounty, and if not, it's okay. But it's like you don't really get anything.
No.
He is all in again.
He's all
That's
in
what-
again.
With this time with ace-8 offsuit from the small blind, and it seems that did he just call? He called off the shove from Ja William, and so Ja William went all in with the 9-8 suited, and unfortunately for him, he's not even live. That is actually a really good call by Wu because he covers the 8. So as long as he can avoid all the clubs and a 9, there is a chance that we will go down to 4 here at the main event of the Lord Poker. But there is the 9, Ja Williams staying alive for now. All of a sudden it's Wu who needs some help. Can he find an ace on the river? The answer is no. That's a massive double for Ja William.
Oh my goodness. Do you know this is like literally the first hand we've seen Wu Shutong lose?
He's
just
probably
been-
calling over right now. He's like, bring that French guy back. Like I was doing better with him.
He's just been steamrolling it and he's just been showing the goods. He actually shows his whole cards a lot of the time on this final table. Like almost every hand, he'll show his opponent what he has.
He just seems like a very happy guy. We did point it out yesterday as well, that he's always smiling and he seems to engage in conversation a whole lot. And maybe for him, that's just part of the fun, showing people what they've had. But if you this close, obviously everybody wants to win the trophy. We've seen those beautiful trophies a few times at this point. And I'm sure that Wu coming in
It's
to
been a
this.
very friendly final table, I tell ya. Everybody's all smiles and chatting. Very different to most final tables you see, where you treat everybody on the table as your enemy, you know? But yeah, no, this guy's like, friendly towards everyone. And anytime he's like betting out or making a move or whatever, like he's just showing the player that, you know what, I'm not bluffing. I actually have the hand.
Queen 6 of hearts here for our under the gun player. I think we can let that one go. Ja William, who's now back up to 1.8 million, 18 big blinds. Still not a crazy much, but something he can absolutely live with. We've got Wei Zhang jamming it with king 6 from the small blind, and he gets looked up by our big blind, shortest stack at the table, I believe. Zhou with the jack 10 of spades. Pretty fair fight. King 6 technically ahead. I think the jack 10 looks a whole lot prettier. I'm rooting for jack 10 here. A lot of extra outs. All the outs, oh my goodness. Any jack, any 10, any 9, any spade. Somehow we miss every single one of them. That was a classic example of the too many outs syndrome. Ridiculous. Any jack, any 10, any spade, any 9.
I thought that was hitting for sure. No, I mean, Zhu Yiyu, she's put up a really good fight. She came into the day, one of the shorter stacks. And she's just kind of really been patient and laddered her way up to a 5th place finish.
And I don't hate the call here with jack 10 of spades when it's small blind against big blind when you only have 7.5. Because if you do let this one go, then obviously next round you're going to have to pay the small blind. There's a chance you're going to get a really bad hand. And after that, you're going to have to jam into much bigger stacks. Like this might just be one of the better scenarios to call. And yes, you are behind against every ace, queen, and king. I don't hate the call. Just a little unlucky there for you. And that means that all of a sudden we are down to, is it 3?
4 players.
Four.
Yep. And then she just scored a 28,000 USD payday.
For a $500 entry, that's pretty freaking good. Assuming that he played one of the earlier flights.
Yeah, so that's a funny thing. Stevenson in the interview said he's in for 6 bullets.
Yeah.
But you don't know if it's 6 bullets of 500 or it's like 6 bullets of like, a 1K or 2K. Yeah.
I mean, since he's a pro, I really don't expect him to ever fire the 2K 6 times when there are better options out there. So I think it's probably a little bit of everything. I think we've probably tried the 500 once or twice, then maybe the next day until we eventually really got it going and were able to build a big stack. Wu Zhikong, still the chip leader. Under the gun, ace-3 offsuits. Maybe he's going to slow things down a little bit after he got unlucky there. But technically a great call with ace-8. Called the 9-8 suited. Has it been this aggressive? Because I'm obviously just sitting down and it's like non-stop. I know we're getting a bit shorter. Obviously, we started the final table with a lot of chips. 2 hours of play go by. And that's where the blinds go up. And if one guy has an overwhelming amount of big blinds, that obviously means that the rest is going to be short. But it's a lot of aggression and a lot of tournament life on the line so far in the first 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, the short stack has to get it in at some point. She was definitely looking for a double. And it was just inevitable. And as the blinds go up and then it catches up to you. But you know what? The funny thing is we're seeing a lot of really passive plays at this table. There's a lot of like post-flop checks that you don't expect. There's not a lot of value betting either. There is a lot of limping from the chip leader pre-flop, which to me is something I've never seen before, right? Like he's sitting there with like most of the chips in play and he's just calling pre-flop. He's letting small blind and big blind see a flop for free, keep it friendly.
Which does add up to the story of him just being here to have some fun. Like, he just wants to play some cards. He's smiling, he's talking, and yeah, he's playing for a lot of money. But at this point, maybe he's still treating this like it's day 1, day 2. As we've got a real hand over here on the button as well. Final table, 26 big blinds to start the hand. And we're looking down at pocket kings.
And when he just shipped the last hand, this actually really works in his favor. He looks like he's kind of, ramping up his aggression. And he actually this time has the goods.
He's not going to all out ship it. He obviously is a little bit deep, right? At 26 big blind. Oh, but we do have the rejam from the big blind, the chip leader. What does Wu have? Pocket 5. So it's pocket 5s versus pocket kings. Well, I said 2 minutes ago, 60 big blinds is a lot, but things can change incredibly quickly at a final table, especially if we're jamming and calling. The first call was excellent. This one, a little unlucky.
Yeah, this is, that seals the deal. And looks like Zhou Fanzhou is going for a full double up and now becomes the chip leader of our table. Like, that's what I was talking about with the style that Wu Shizhou has adopted to play on this final table, is that if you do pick up a hand and he's shoving his like ace jack there, his ace 10, his ace queen, or his pocket pairs because he shoved 5s, you pick up a hand, you're looking at a really easy double, right? A lot of times that players play more cautious. They might just be defending that big blind with pocket 5s. They're not looking to even 3-bet there, right? So with this style of play, it is high reward, but at the same time, high risk.
I also think that maybe those would be the moments to take your time. And I know he's been a mega fast player, and it's been fun, right? It also really keeps up the pace at this final table, gives us more poker to watch. But it might be worth to just glimpse over a little bit. What are you opening with? Are we talking 12, 13 big blinds, or is this 26 big blinds, also known as if you double through me, you actually have a bigger stack than me? Like if somebody opens of 11 or 12 big blinds to 2 big blinds, min raise, and you want to ship your 5s, that's fine. And if once in a while they're going to wake up with queens, kings, it is what it is. But 26, like that's a stack that you have to respect.
Exactly.
Because now the roles are literally reversed, and now you're the one who's the shorter one who's going to have to start jamming just to steal blinds.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it is no need to risk your kind of stack there. If you want to go for a 3-bet, you could just put in a 3-bet and see what your opponent does, right? If your opponent happens to come over the top, it's a really easy fold for your pocket 5s, you know. But yeah, like that was a real gift, you know. And
this man cannot get slowed down. He might get looked up, though.
Oh my goodness. Is this for real? This is really sick because he just shipped 27 big blinds now in the small blind because he's fuming, right? Because normally I don't see him doing this. You know, he's really just forcing the action now. And Zhong Weijun here is sitting there with ace-10. You know what? He's been on the tighter end of things, but can he find a call?
This has to be a call. I mean, I know. Oh, he
No,
lets go.
he doesn't. He
Whoa.
lets it go. My God.
Woo,
That-
dodging bullets.
He's looking at Ja William with a 15 big blind stack. Maybe he's just not looking to tangle with Wu Shizhong right now.
Yeah, if someone is at like 4, 5, 6 big blinds, I maybe understand that fold, that you don't want to call off. But to be fair, 400 final table. Ace-10, small blind, big blind there. This is not under the gun shove. This is not even a button shove. It is small blind, big blind of a man who has just lost literally 41 big blinds in the last 4 hands. I think that's a slam dunk call. I can't imagine a lot of people not calling there. Perhaps. It also shows that these spade jumps do really matter. Who's going to let go has no idea of the bullet that he just dodged because he would have been dominated. To be fair, earlier he did dominate the 8-9 with ace-8, and he ended up losing that one. But this would have been a very, very difficult one to win. And the man really does play a little bit like... I've played some online tournaments in the past that are very fast-paced, like turbos, hyper turbos. And you're playing a lot of them, so it's just like all in. Small blind, big blind. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to do the poker thing. I'm not going to min raise. I'm not going to 3-bet.
But we're talking about players who has... Everybody on the table has less than 10 big blinds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but with these guys, with their stack, there was a lot of room. You know, there was a lot of room to play post-flop. Obviously, not with Ja William, but the other 3, for sure, you know. But the chips are going in pre-flop, and yeah, there's a lot of fireworks right now.
He is just shipping it. Maybe he wants to play the high roller later today.
Well, he's going to have enough money for that.
Yeah, but he wants to make sure he can start at level 1 because he's having so much fun. He's like, I want to make new friends. This has been such a good little 3-day adventure. Down to 4, and a couple of truly crazy scenarios here already in the first 20 minutes after the break. And Wu is still steaming a little bit, but he has no idea about the bullet that he just dodged. Ace-4, offsuit, under the gun.
Oh, what is he going to do with this? He's very unpredictable.
Yeah.
Like, I never know what he's going to do, right? He could limp, he could raise, he could shove, you know, you never know. And luckily he didn't because Zhong Weijun here on the dealer butter has woke up with ace king.
This time, I think Wei Cheng would have absolutely called. Does not matter if it's an under the gun opener or not. Doesn't matter if Ja William is a little bit shorter. With ace king, the players just feel so much more confident. To be fair, like I really, really, really love ace tender on the big blind. Small blind, big blind. Against a man who just lost 40 big blinds in
Yeah, for sure.
3 minutes. Like I think ace 10.
Like, you're calling it off like you've got aces.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
no.
You're like pump fist
Oh.
call. Like, I'm doubling up here, you know?
That is a no-brainer for me. Like, I would look at the ace, like to peel 1 card first, and it's like, all right, anything, and I would probably legit have the cutoff at the 10, but anything better than a 10, I'm calling, and then the 10, this feels amazing. We do have a flop here. It is ace and 9-8, as Ja William came along from the big blind. Did connect a little bit. We have to look for it, but there are some backdoor draws, fake draws, flush, straight draws, and flush draws, but it's probably not going to go for it. So it's going to be a bit too expensive, and there are so many turns in which all your dreams just die. And on top of that, you're playing out of position as well as the big blind player. So I don't
Yeah.
hate that he lets it go, but I also don't hate that we take a look at a flop. With a 7-4 suited, tiny raise, it's all right.
Joe Williams sitting there, yes, he has the shortest stack, but with the unpredictable player that is, Wu Shitong, you don't know when he's going to bust because it could be very soon. Yes, he's got close to 30 big blinds, but that does not matter with with the style of play he has adopted on this final table.
Looking down at King Queen here for our under the gun player. He is going to open things up once more. He's starting to find some hands, right? Ace 10, Ace King, and King Queen back to back to back at the final table. Can't really complain about that. Feng Zhou is going to let this one go. 9-4, obviously not very pretty. Ja William lets go of the 9-6, but Wu is not going anywhere as he's got King Jack, and he's thinking that's pretty freaking good. So he's at least going to come along for the ride. I'm very curious how this one is going to go as both players completely whiff. A C-bet will probably get it done, but if he checks, then I actually believe that Wu is just going to lead out on any turn and probably take it down. But we do have the continuation bet, and that's good enough. He's playing solid.
I actually gonna put that 10-9 offsuit shove from the small blind as him be on tilt, but looks like he's gathered himself after winning the blinds and back at it.
I just like the C-bet there with the King Queen, even if you've missed, even if you see the ace. But of
Yeah.
course you can say the under the gun player does connect with the ace a whole lot more than the big blind, but you still need to have a little bit of heart and courage to make those C-bets at final tables.
For
Because
sure.
people, they do freeze up, right? Like,
They do
oh.
freeze up, yeah. Because it's an environment that most players aren't comfortable with, right? You've got the spotlight on you. You know there are cameras in your face recording. It's not like your usual Friday night, at the pub or whatever, sitting there like chatting. You have people watching you out there, right? So yeah, you want to try to play the best you can and not to be criticized because there are players who are very hard on themselves. They tend to play back the hands that they played at the final table. If they don't win the tournament, they're like, oh, what could I have done differently?
A small blind call here by Wu with the 10-9 of diamonds. This time Feng Zhou sitting with ace-5 of offsuit. Does have a little gutter ball. With a 3 the man would make straight, but obviously at this point he is in the lead. But if you have 10-9 of diamonds here, you've got 2 overcards to the board. This is not a great flop, but it's also not the worst thing you've ever seen because you can already dream of an 8 is good, a 9 is good, a 10 is good, a diamond would be good. But Wu does not want to stick around. He's very, he's full of expressions whenever he falls. He's like, oh.
I was actually saying that he actually pretty much plays with his whole cards open. Do you know what I mean? Like his expressions give you a lot of information. He doesn't not have a poker face at all.
Actually, just notice his shirt. I think that's. I feel like I have something very similar. No, that's different. No. I recently got a hoodie that I kind of think is like my poker hoodie, but it has nothing to do with poker. But it has like a little ace and then a heart. I thought it was very cool. Pocket tens, a real hand here for Wu from the button. And we do know that if somebody is going to fight back, there's a good chance that all these chips are going to fly in. King 8 suited in the small blind gets folded. King 8 offsuit in the big blind. It's a 3x raise. It is not the... I think if it was a single big blind here, he would absolutely call. Just take a flop. He's the chip leader anyway at this point. But I think the 200k extra with King 8 is it's just a little much.
It is. It's definitely not a standard raise. He's gone a 4-3x here. And, we can actually read into this as, he's got like a pretty strong holding that he's doing that with.
Yeah.
Pretty big pocket pair.
Especially because this is not the first time that he raises bigger when he's got a top 5 hand. We've seen it with aces, we've seen it with kings, we've seen it now with tens. This is something he's done throughout the tournament. I'm sure that he's got friends telling him, it's like, hey, you shouldn't do that, like you're giving it away. But so far the man is top 4 here at the main event, on the circuit event that is. And it is working out for him, but he's definitely giving his opponents some extra info, especially because anybody that's watching this in 20 minutes can let them know, like, hey, the raises are bigger than they usually are, but it's not an all-in. There's a good chance that he's got an absolute top 5 premium hand. Wei Zhang here with a king 7 of clubs from the button. He's gonna raise things up. Feng Zhu takes a look at the 10 deuce of diamonds. Ja William is our player in the big blind. Not been able to make a lot of plays. Ja William just a little card dead. But I'm still a believer in Ja William, his chances to at least finish top 3, but maybe even further. So it kind of feels that this tournament has been destiny for him all along. He's played good. We kept on seeing him at these final tables. He's starting to get really short at this point, though. After losing the big blind and the ante there, he's now down to 9.5 bigs. Starting to enter the danger zone a little bit, Ja William.
Yeah, Ja's definitely looking to double up. He hasn't really, like, he's just kind of taken down the blinds and everything. Has actually, like, been awarded with a double up yet.
If I'm thinking back of the ace-10, it's not just that I think ace-10, small blind, big blind there is amazing. But I also feel that Wu will literally jam any ace. And then there is...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have him crushed,
Yeah.
right? You know, your ace 10 is so strong there. Yeah.
So it's not even that you have 2 live cards, you're a small favorite for your tournament live. But I think any ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, he's also jamming. And then I think if anything, if it's a jack, queen, or a king, then maybe you'll see some trickier plays coming out of Wu rather than the let's jam for 27 big blinds and hope you call off.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, we're actually going to see a flop here. It looks like Wu Shutong decided to defend his king 4 offsuit in the big blind.
Completely misses, but so does the ace jack from our Neil chip leader. Ace jack is, however, going to fire a tiny bit by the looks of it. Yep, it's going to be 2 big blinds, and he's going to take it down. Wu does fold very quickly. I feel like Wu either battles till the bitter end, or he just kind of gives up immediately, and he's like, yep, not my board. To be fair, I don't think there's a whole lot he could or should have done here with the king 4. Which means that we'll make another circle, and this is... I mean, kind of okay, obviously, for the chip leader always, where you win a hand, I win a hand. The only person this truly stings for, when nothing's happening, is Ja William, who's by far and away the shortest stack at the moment, and is truly in need of a double. Under the gun, chip leader takes a look at a 9-8 of diamonds. It is a very pretty hand. 4-handed, your first to act. He's probably a little bit worried, like, what if Ja William does have a hand? I open, and he comes over the top, and I'm kind of forced to call, and I don't really want to call. Ja William apparently had no hand. It's king 6. Wu does have a hand, though. Ace 10 suited. I think we are rejamming this one, Selena. After Ja William folded on the button, I think this is an all-in. Yep.
And we do see that Joel Fanjul has been raising a little bit more since, you know, he's got the chip lead. So I do like this jam from Wu Shutong.
It's a beautiful one. Ace 10, a small blind as well. And especially because you pointed out, and we see the whole cards, the man has been incredibly unpredictable. And it's so tough to call here with anything other than an absolute top 5 hand. And 9-8 of diamonds is very pretty, but it's pretty to see a flop with, or it's pretty to just be the one who opens up the action and hope that everybody else folds. Obviously, we can never call off that many big blinds here. 40% VPIP. Most active player on the table, to the surprise of very few people out there. We are still left with 4 here at the final table of the Lord Poker Tournament Series, a circuit event, the main event. We have different flights, different buy-ins. This is the 3rd day of play. And all of these guys can obviously still get ready for 6 more days full of poker, tournament poker action. And with all the extra chippies they're picking up over here at the final table, we can put those to good use for the rest of the week.
Yeah, for sure. And you have some, you know, money in your pocket to enter the other events. There's quite a few still to play. And right now, the 4 players on the table is guaranteed 36,300.
That should cover most of the buy-ins. Unless we are truly firing away in the high roller or something. King, queen from the button. Is this going to be a raise this time? Queen 10 suited in the small blind. I'm actually very curious. what the man in the small blind will do here.
73万。哦，我现在不能持有
He's
3
opting for a call. It would be amazing if our big blind actually has a hand as well. Had 10-9 offsuit there, so not fantastic, but for 100k extra to play for 550. Oh wait, there was a 3-bet.
Oh.
Yeah, that was not properly displayed, so we 3-bet here with the queen 10 suited. Now I understand why our big blind player folded so quick, because I was very surprised. He's the chip leader after all.
Yeah, I actually like this play from Zhong Wanzhen because we actually haven't seen him really put out many 3-bets, and he's definitely been cautioning on the safe side of things. You know, actually saw him fold pocket nines pre-flop in a spot where, you know, I thought he was gonna call, and he would actually busted like 2 players if he had made that call. But yeah, he's putting in like nice little 3-bet there and got his opponent to fold.
The better hand as well, even if it wasn't suited. But king queen against queen 10 will obviously always favor king queen there. So indeed, excellent play. Maybe he just loves queen 10. Queen 10 suited might just be his hand, and then he's not afraid to 3-bet, even if it's a final table, even if we're down to 4.
Oh, we might see a walk here. 3 deuce in a small blind.
勾3、勾5、勾5。
Yep.
Yep, he's gonna give it, and Javo is smiling underneath his mask. We kind of see it. He's like, well, I had Jack 5. Not a whole lot I could have done, but
Yeah.
you feel so silly there if you're chip leader and you do jam from small blind to big blind with 3 deuce, and at that point you get looked at.
I know.
And then the rest of the table looks at you
knows.
like, bro.
3 deuce? That wide? That's probably literally the worst hand you could possibly have.
It's also funny because even if it's been a nice final table, at this point, the 3 with chips are obviously looking at John William. It's like, so,
Yeah.
is anything going to happen over here, mate? Like, it's kind of up to you right now. The ball is in your corner because we ain't busting each other. John William obviously knows that, but at this point, he's just so card dead. It's not that he's too passive, too afraid. He has not been able to make any plays at all. This might be a moment if you have anything decent, but you get Jack 4. It's so tough. Yeah. Like, there are not a lot of moments where it actually gets folded to him, and he is in the small blind, and that's why he's taking his time right now. He knows it. Jack 4 is just a little too mid. I definitely think that Wu would have called there as well with the ace deuce.
Yeah, actually, earlier today we saw Jia William actually shove a hand from the small blind, and Wu Shitong actually folded king 8, and Jia William had less than 10 bigs. So we thought that was like quite surprising. Yeah.
Was this suited or offsuit?
Offsuit. Yeah, but he had less than 10 bigs. So usually, I guess, you know, small blind, big blind situation, king 8 is pretty much top of the range there, right? And people are definitely most of the time calling with that hand.
How many big blinds did Wu have? Because I know the small blind.
No, Wu was deep. Wu had like had chips
like
at the time.
70, 80.
Yeah, something like that. Like healthy. Maybe
Yeah,
at least
that-
50, 60 big blinds at least.
Yeah,
And I
with
think
50, I think I do agree that you should call. I think you're favored there, but I also understand that, you know, sometimes when people make it to a final table, not everyone plays poker all day, every day throughout the entire year. If you have 50 big blinds at the final table, you kind of feel like you're flying.
Yeah.
But if you lose 10 immediately because you're calling off with king 8 and it's king jack, king queen, whatever, you do feel silly, and it could be a real change in momentum.
It is.
So I think
yeah.
from the pro analysis, 100% slam dunk. If we're over 60 though, then I think we should just always call, because then it doesn't hurt that much. But it's like 50 feels often really good, and then 40 is like, yeah, we're doing okay.
Yeah.
Casual top set here for our chip leader. Raising pocket tens under the gun and flopping top set. 10, 9, 4, 2 spades. I like it. Okay, that is kind of annoying, right? Where you're like, I'm gonna be sneaky.
I know.
Top set, and then
I
it's
know.
like, well,
And then you get this turn card, right? That turn card just brings everything into play.
no, every queen or jack has at least a gutter ball. Every well, if it's queen jack holding, then it's obviously straight up straight. Flush draws are alive right now. At this point, we're absolutely gonna have to bet. You can't be too afraid, obviously, of just the nuts whenever you're playing final table 4-handed. And I'm sure that Feng Shui is still absolutely loving his hand, but he does know now I need to start betting, because if the river is a jack of spades or a queen of spades, yeah, then all of a sudden our set looks incredibly vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, this is not, the kind of turn that Zhong Weizhen wanted to see anyway, so easy let go.
Did Todd also make a joke about this being everybody's favorite blind level because it's so easy to calculate the big blinds?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this blind level just came into play when we came back from the break. So, yeah, so he didn't really get to see it, but...
The 50k, 100k. Doesn't get any easier than this. Pocket
pot
fours.
under the gun.
Are you ready for a
four-handed.
set, Selena? Are you ready for this,
that's
man?
That's right. You guys with your pocket fours. Being the shortest stack at the table, Zhao William probably should find a shove here. You really don't want to start dwindling down to, 5 big blinds. I mean, the blinds is coming next to you. He does go usually for a raise instead of chucking his chips all into the middle. So it looks like he does raise half of his stack here to 425k.
What's the difference? Do you think that, like, let's say it's all in behind him, that he can then still get away?
Yeah, because now you can be like, oh, I could be guaranteed a money jump, right? So, yeah, I mean, I don't fault him for folding fours if there is a lot of action behind.
No.
I actually like
And
that
obviously,
a lot.
because he, 425k, that's way too much for a casual hand to just call a raise.
Exactly.
But indeed, if there is this bizarre scenario where it's all in behind him, or
Yeah.
call all in,
Yeah.
he folds. He's got 425 left.
Yeah.
That's still 4 big blinds.
That's still, yeah.
It's not even that you dead the next hand immediately either. So
Yeah, and especially facing that kind of action, your pocket fours is not doing that great. It definitely very safe to chuck it into the muck.
no, I do think that's blasphemy. Pocket fours are always doing great. Wouldn't you want
So
to
you
start
guys
with a
playing
set?
pocket fours like pocket aces now?
Better, mates. Stronger. Aces is just a pair. Fours is a set.
Talking about big pairs, we have Zhou Weizhen here on the dealer button, pick up queens.
2 black queens. I had it yesterday night in my cash game. I opened, flop, king 5-4. Guy called twice. I knew what time it was. Got called by king 7 in the big blind, and he beat my beautiful queens. I was incredibly sad. Queen deuce offsuit is going to be folded. Let's see what Zhao William in the big blind is working with. I kind of hope for him that it's not something too pretty. Unless it's very pretty. He's going to be in trouble. Queen deuce is going to come along for the ride here. Is that a raise even?
Yeah, he pick a bad time to go for a 3-bet. He does pick a very bad time to go for a 3-bet. I know, yes, he's holding queen deuce, but he is not really playing with his whole cards. He is playing the player, and he feels like there is a chance that Zhong Weizhen has been a little bit more aggressive, and he's just randomly, decided to show him who's the boss at the table, and raising it up to 725k. But pretty bad timing, because we're seeing that Zhong Weizhen here is holding pocket queens.
I really hope Wei Zheng just goes all in, by the way. Because if we just call here, I feel like we can make life very hard on ourselves. When if an ace or a queen rolls off, ace or a king, it already becomes a little bit annoying. If both of them come, then he's really going to freeze up, because Zhao William is still so short, and we know that the chip leader, if he is 3-betting pre-flop, he's going to continue selling that story, right? So I'd say at this point, as scary as it is, yes, there is a short stack. You've got the 3rd best starting hand in poker. Keep it simple. Let's go all in.
It's going all in right there.
I love it.
He looked around and looked at how small of a stack Zhao William had, but queens is definitely way too good not to, put more chips into the middle.
If we're folding queens here, Selena, I'm walking out of this room. I just want you to know you'd be
I
alone.
know, right? Like, what? It was so funny. There was a hand where it was like queen jack X flop and king queen bet and king queen folded to 1 bet on the board. And I was surprised. Yeah. It was like a single raise pot pre and a single bet, and it was just like, let's go. All right, so Zhou Fanzhou is here, tanking a little bit, Hollywooding a little bit, try to pretend like he, 3-bet with a hand. But as we can see, that he just picked the wrong time to do so.
I feel like sometimes, even before people look down at their cards, they're like, this is my hand. Like I'm gonna take this one down. And then you look at Queen Deuce, you're like, oh, that's annoying. It's like, yeah, I knew it was gonna open. I'm just gonna 3-bet and take it down. And then not even a minute later, you're thinking, why the hell? Why? Like,
Why?
this is why.
Yeah.
Why can't I relax? Hey, fantastic timing here for the man on the button to wake up with the ladies, and also really good to see that he's not that afraid. Like we saw him earlier be a little bit on the cautious side, folding at ace-10 in blind against blind. But here, queens, one of the absolute best starting hands in the beautiful game of No Limit Hold'em. Even against a chip leader, we're going for it. He's got to be easily second in chips. Now, he might even be the new chip leader now. He's 600k less. And then Feng Zhu. So Feng Zhu still, despite the fact that we just made a little misstep there with the Queen Deuce offsuit, is going to be our chip leader. But it's very close between those two at this point. Is that an all-in? Yep. All-in from the small blind. The Queen 8. Wu Zhikong looks down at 8-7 suited. It's a beautiful hand. He's in pain. He is in pain. He's like, my hand is so pretty.
It's like, I want to see a flop with that hand.
At that point, you would much rather see like the very ugly Jack Deuce offsuit or anything.
Yeah, easy decision, right?
Yeah. And but you're like 8-7, you're like, it's so pretty, but you know you can't call. Like 8 high, you're always going to be behind. And this would have been a really bad moment to call as well, because he's not even just facing 2 overs. He's facing the Queen 8. It's going to be an overwhelming favorite. It's funny because our man Wei Cheng, who's second in chips now, we didn't get to see a whole lot of. I didn't see him once in day 1, and only towards the very, very end of day 2, it's the first time that I saw him enter the future table.
Yeah.
So he's kind of made like an invisible run through this field.
Yeah, yeah.
And now he's still here in the top 4, second in chips at this point, playing 43 big blinds.
Yeah, it's really pretty much flied under the radar most of the time, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, it's not really a player that a lot of people, you know, has much information on.
This time our chip leader opens up with the Jiggities. And in the big blind, Wei Zhang, the man who we said flew on the radar a little bit over the last few days. But he's here in the top 4 with a very healthy stack. Makes the call, King 4 of clubs. And that's not the worst flop ever for King 4 of clubs. You have an incredibly well hidden gutter ball. You've got the clubs that are still alive. You've got a king. There's obviously an overcard to the board. That'd be... Wow, he leads out. We donk betting over here? Okay. You okay, Selena? Term you haven't heard in a while? Surprising, no?
Yeah, I mean, I guess he heard what you're saying. You know, you convinced him to bet out on that flop with all the outs he has.
Well, I was more thinking of like a check, let the chip leader continue. Hopefully it's not too big, and then we just call. And then you do make the turn very hard to play for the chip leader as well.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah.
There it
But
is.
you know what was good about him betting that flop was that he actually dictated
The
just how
sizing.
much. Yeah. So he was able to go for a turn card very cheaply.
Yeah. And now he checks on the turn after making top pair. Feng Zhou obviously not too happy about seeing that king roll off. But then again, it's like, if you're betting into me on the flop, why would that king suddenly help you?
Exactly. The king actually hits Zhou Fanzhou's range a lot more.
Definitely does. But with jacks, you really don't want to see it. You kind of want to see all the cards below the jack. Like a 10 or a 9 or an 8 there. Like 8 maybe a tiny bit scary because it completes a couple draws. But does bet at 350k. Battle of the big stacks here. The man with the most amount of chips. It definitely does seem that after this hand, we are going to have a new chip leader at this final table. Unless we can find one of the 2 last jacks in the deck. It is a 9 of hearts as well. This is actually going to be a proper tilting hand for Feng Zhou. Like, if I was Feng Zhou, yeah, I'd be very annoyed. He did go check, check. Maybe he looks at this and be like, okay, well, this could have been a whole lot worse. But still annoying. It's going to be really frustrating. Joe William, still a short stack working with 12 big blinds. We've got a new chip leader. And it's Wei Zhang. The King 4. betting into the original raiser on that flop, dictating the sizing of the bet. Did not get raised there. Got to see a turn, made top pair. Decided to check the turn, by the way, after making top pair.
Yeah.
And then he let the original raiser, the pre-flop raiser, bet into him. He decided to call. Would have been a cool lead to dunk bet flop and then check raise turn.
Check raise turn. That looks hella strong, doesn't it?
That is a cool line, though.
All right, so we deal a button. We have ace 6 of clubs, and Wushiton is looking to raise this hand up.
I almost feel like expected him to just maybe go all in here. I know that Ja William is still shorter, but Wu throughout this tournament in a lot of these specific spots, especially if he's starting to get a bit shorter, he just ships it. Earlier we saw the 3-bet from the small blind with Queen 10 when Wu Zhikong did open up King Queen offsuit from the button, and we had a strong 3-bet with the Queen 10 of spades from our Neil chip leader. He's looking at Queen Jack suited now, even better. If we're 3-betting Queen 10, what are we doing with Queen Jack? All in, rejam. Oh my goodness. I don't.
Oh, this is tough. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
I
sick.
mean,
I don't think you can
no,
call.
you can't. It's so hard to, because the thing is, yes, there is only 4 players left on the table. Yes, they're all in late position. But you have a raise and you have a rejam, right? And the reshove actually has you covered.
Yep.
So you have to think about a guy who's sitting there with like less than 10 bigs, right? You have another guy sitting there with 2 million chips. Are you really going to risk it with ace jack holding 4 million chips?
No, I don't think you can. It is suited, but I still don't think you can. I don't even know if you can with ace queen, to be honest.
Yeah, no.
I think it's ace king plus, right?
Exactly. And you have to be thinking that, like, you know, Zhong Wei Zhen is putting a move there as well, right? Putting on a move, right? And what if he's even just got a pair, right? With a pocket pair, he is still ahead of ace jack.
Wu Zhikong with the ace 6 of clubs. He does have him dominated, but he's gonna let go of the hand as well. And seeing how quickly the original raiser folded, now Feng Zhu may think twice about his ace jack. It's an impossible call. I really can't blame him. It's one of these moments where even when you have the whole cards, there is not one hair on my head that's like, call! Like, no.
Exactly.
Like, it's just like you can't make that
can't.
call.
The only way you can make that call is if you're sitting in our seat and you know exactly the whole cards that we saw.
Sick play, though. Our Neil chip leader has got some spice to him. So I make a few plays earlier, but the more chips that the man has gathered, the more he's willing to step out of line a little bit and make a couple baller plays. Sure that Ja William, his heart was beating a little bit faster too there. He's like, oh, call. Like,
Yeah, it's like he wants to see as much fireworks as possible coming from the other 3 players at the table. You know, a nice money jump here wouldn't hurt.
I would imagine if you're by far and away the shortest stack with 4 people left on a final table, and after a single hand, you suddenly heads up.
Yeah.
And it has happened, right? We've had
For
so
sure.
many tournaments in
Yeah,
poker.
because imagine if you get, like, say, two ace kings and a pocket queen or whatever, you know, or like jacks, queens, kings or whatever. Like, I don't think, you know, the players are going anywhere.
No. 4-handed as well. Like, people are willing to just go for it. It's not like you're playing a full table where it's like under the gun open and there's gold, 3-bet, 4-bet. Like, then you're able to get away from jacks and 10s. But 4-handed, I will never fold 10s, for instance. If you got a hand better than 10s, it is what it is. Unless I'm literally like, you know, let's say there's 2 people with 70 big blinds and there are 2 people with 4 big blinds. Okay, then I'm willing.
Yeah, exactly.
In those scenarios, you can think about folding 10s. Maybe jacks once in a while. I don't think I'm ever folding queens. Like, if you have kings or aces, so be it. Just can't fold the ladies. That's where I absolutely draw the line.
Now we can see that Zhou Weizhen is the most aggressive player currently on the table. We did see him putting, you know, some 3-bets. He's definitely ramped it up a bit. The very beginning of the day, I felt like he was playing definitely a lot more cautious. But it's good to see that, you know, he's picked up hands that he liked, that he wanted to do 3-bets with. It seems like it's those Queen 10, Queen Jack suited type
He
of hands,
loves
isn't it?
those. He
the suited
absolutely loves
connectors.
those.
Yeah, all right. Here, Zhou Fanzhou on the dealer button with a playable hand, Jack 10 offsuit.
Yep. But I think Feng Zhu now lost a little bit of that momentum, so he's a tiny bit more cautious. He also knows that Jia William is very short, but still has enough chips to hurt him. He's going to open the Jack 10 from the button. Jia William is going to look down. Seems like he's got a decision. Oh, he's got a decision,
no.
all right.
Yeah, no, that's the easy decision actually for him.
Yeah, but
You know, versus a button raise, being the shortest stack at the table.
but we are going to make a decision. And that decision is to send our chips into the middle, ace 10. And that's disgusting if you're Feng Zhu, where you're like, again? Like, ah.
Yeah, he's actually going for a 3-bet, leaving himself with 135k behind. Pretty
Big
much the
blind
same as going all in.
Small blind, big blind is 75k, 125k now. Which means that Jia Williams, starting this hand, had around 7 bigs. It's very frustrating for Feng Zhu. Like, I wouldn't hate it if he calls here, because we also know that 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s are going to get rejammed. And it does seem like we have the call. It is going to be an all-in. I think he's done it, right? Yep, we are going to run for it. Even though there's a couple chippies left. It is Queen, Queen 10. Well, you probably think that you're good here for a split second. If you're Feng Zhu, you're like, okay, never mind. Somehow he's not good.
He's
10.
outkicked on this board.
Not a queen though, we chop.
Oh, yes. So a queen, it will be a chop.
Or the case 10.
Yeah, or else he's looking for that jack.
There are a couple of exciting cards. That is not one of them. Ace of diamonds, obviously. Oh! No, but that doesn't do anything.
No, it doesn't?
No.
Oh, no,
No,
because
ace
the
of
flush
diamonds.
came in.
Yeah, ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I totally missed it. The diamonds have come in,
Yeah.
and Jia William looks at a full double here.
That's also the extra needle where you're like, you get the card that you're looking for, but it completes the flush for your opponent.
He has now moved up to 13 chips, with Wu Shitong actually currently sitting on 14 bigs, being the shortest stack at the table of 4.
This has been a very fun final table. A proper roller coaster ride so far, with chip leaders taking the lead and losing it. Not even like very big punts, just a couple of little setups. Obviously, there's always a couple missed opportunities as well, but Anil chip leader has been playing very solid ever since he's taken the lead. Jia William has been very patient, waiting for his moment to strike. This man is a true survivor. He's been short so many moments throughout these last 3 days. But he hangs in there. He's an absolute riddance to the rest of them. We're not going to get away with him easily. I still think Jia Williams at least makes top 3, despite the fact that he's like at 8 big blinds early.
Yeah.
I know he just got a double now, but I always thought he was going to make at least top 3, and he might even make it to the heads up.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard at this point to defeat our Neil chip leader, Chong.
He feels like a grinder, you know?
He's listening to Destiny's Shells, singing that he's a survivor.
And his timing has been quite good too. And, you know, kind of getting away from hands that, you know, sometimes small blind would shove into, knowing that the big blind would fold king 8. But he picked spots where, yeah, he folded it. And then Wu Shitong actually had like ace high and so forth.
I wonder what we're doing here with Queen 7 offsuit in the small blind. Obviously, the blinds have gone up. He lets it go, gives a walk to the chip leader. He's actually looking down at A3 offsuit, so he does not mind that walk. With Wu Shikong, you never know. But honestly, I would not have been shocked there if he jams. And I also don't even think it's the worst play. You're the shortest stack at the table.
Yeah.
Queen 7 against any 2. Technically ahead. But obviously scary, because it's final table. Final 4. The tournament live on the line. The man's got a mountain of chips. But in the end, even the chip leaders are going to need to look down at something that looks remotely decent if they want to call. Oh, Jia William no longer shortest stack at the table. Looks down at king and queen suited under the gun. 16, 17 big blinds. Tricky. Like, want to play it? Also very annoying to open this hand as with a raise and then having to fold to a 3-bet or an all-in. Wouldn't he? Yeah. Moments like this, I also think that if you're not sure what the correct play is, open jamming is not bad. Ja William decides to just ship it here. I would have peace with it because I feel like the hand is too pretty to raise and then having to fold it. He's just gonna go for the raise by the looks of it. Ja William has made it. Ah, that's basically the all-in raise.
It
Similar,
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Chip leader looks down at a beautiful hand as well. It is the King Jack of Diamonds. Man, Ja William is not as easy to call off as he was earlier. When this is like
No.
800k in total, you can make this call easy peasy with King Jack. But since Ja William is playing 2 million,
Ooh, we are gonna have some fireworks
Yep.
here. Pocket tens four-handed is extremely strong, and Zhou Fanzhou is going for a shove.
Okay.
Ja William probably a little bit scared seeing that, but now receives the good news. Like, all right, at least it's a flip. You're a
Yeah.
lot more worried about Ace King, Ace Queen, those hands that dominate you. It's a very fair fight of pretty similar stacks, right? Feng Zhu has a little more, but losing this would leave him absolutely crippled. Will Ja William survive once more? So far, the answer is yes, as he finds a queen on the flop. And Feng Zhu, the chip leader, not too long ago. What was that? 10, 15 hands ago, the man was sitting at 6 million chips. Now down to 700k.
Yeah, it just takes a couple hands and how fortunes can change. And Ja William is sitting pretty, second in chips.
He's sick.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You were right about that, huh? Yeah, grinder. And, you know, when you run good and you know how to grind it out, you're always going to be looking at a pretty good payday on the final table.
I think he's an excellent player, Ja William, based on everything that we've seen so far. Like, even with whole cards up, I've spotted very few mistakes. It's been really a joy to watch him do his thing. But on top of that, it just kind of seems that this is one of these miracle runs for him, where he's got that little angel on his shoulder that is going to protect him when he needs it the most. Wu Zhikong smiling a little bit. Once upon a time, the chip leader, when we came back from our little break. And at this point, obviously, the other three have done a lot of damage to each other. While Chong, the man who's currently wearing the black cap, is a very comfortable chip leader. It's like, all right, well, you guys just keep hurting each other more. In the end, I guess it will come down between me and one of you guys having the remaining chips. 5-4 is going to be a fold here for Wu. Ace King suited for our chip leader on the button as well. He's probably going to go for a very tiny raise, hoping to get some action here. And even if it's Ja William who's going to get out of line and gets a little adventurous. Jack 8 in the small blind for our shortest stack. This might even be a moment where he's thinking about it. He's got like 4 or 5 big blinds. Already has committed a few chips, 75k in the middle. Actually a very close one. Guess we can fold. But you know you're gonna have to run it. But then again, it's a chip leader opening from the button. Ugh. This is actually a tough one, Selena. When you're down to like 4 big blinds, 5 big blinds, you're in the small blind with Jack 8, chip leader opens.
Yeah, no, I don't like it. I don't like getting in there with the Jack 8. I think that you're still going to just fold and look for a spot to get it being open shove pre-flop yourself. I mean, Jack 8 is below the average hand that you could possibly have, so...
He is gonna let it go. Perhaps that's a good thing. Even though Jack 8 against Ace King, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't do too bad.
Yeah,
you
it's not
know.
the worst thing ever. you
But
know.
that is if you know he has Ace King.
Exactly.
So it's looking pretty good right now for our player on screen. Holding the chip lead, right?
Yeah, the overwhelming chip lead. I think he's at 55 big blinds or 50, give or take. Like 6.2 million. That is
Yeah.
more than the other three combined at the moment.
It is. It's actually really amazing to me just how many times the chip lead has actually exchanged hands on this final table.
Yeah. They've all been the chip leader.
They've all been a chip leader at some point, exactly.
But even since the break, we've had 3 different chip leaders. Because it
Yeah.
started off with Wu Zhikong, then we've had Feng Zhu for a little while, and now for the last, give or take, 10 hands, it's been Wei Zhang. Oh. We've got ace-6 offsuit on the big blind. The chip leader opens for the second or third time in a row. That's obviously something that Wu Zhikong is aware of. And now he has a question to answer. Is a6 better than what you've been opening with each and every single time? Last hand, the answer would have been nope, absolutely not. This time it is. Tough jam to make. Be impressed if he can find it. Definitely has fold equity. But he's gonna let it go. Does not want to take the risk with Feng Zhu so short. I think that's the
Yeah.
biggest problem, right? I think if Feng Zhu was eliminated, he'd jam there.
He jammed there.
Yeah.
Or at least he would see a flop, right? I'd imagine him wanting to see a flop. I don't know about jamming because I haven't really seen him jam like ace rag hands yet, especially not over a raise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But a6 is kind of tough to play post flop.
It
now.
is. It is tough to play post flop.
Especially when your opponent has you out-chipped 5-1. That doesn't feel like a very fair fight. But I think as long as there is a mega shorty, I understand that we're not jamming an ugly ace.
Yeah.
Well, that is going to be it, right? Queen 10, you said we're waiting for the moment where we can be the aggressor.
Yep.
This absolutely has to be it. And Feng Zhou knows that as well.
Yeah. I mean, being next hand, you're gonna be in the blinds with that big blind ante. A queen 10 is a great hand under the gun to find to go to the chip scene. And Wu Shitong is actually thinking about it with queen 8 suited, but I can't really see him making a call here.
No. If you're on the big blind and you really want to get adventurous, you can give it a shot. But from the small blind, I feel like this would be a bit of a wild play.
Yeah, because like you're like, oh, the opponent's shoving worse than queen 8. I don't know.
Jack 10
Jack
suited.
10? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that might be the only hand that comes to mind.
And maybe he's also, I don't think this man is afraid of a flip, to be fair. So he might also think like deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s.
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing all right against those as well. But in the end, a shorter stack will get it through. So we are still with 4 players remaining at this final table of the main event of the Lord Poker Tournament Series, the circuit event. $500 buy-in for some it was 1,000, and for very few it was even 2,000. Three different chip leaders, and also not by a blind or two, but like by 20 big blind leaders. That has been perhaps the most unique thing in the last 1 hour of poker. Ja William is our survivor, but 4 million is actually such a solid amount. At this point, this man is once more absolutely allowed to dream about just winning it all. Why not?
Yeah, you see he's all smiles now. You know, it's a very different change of fortune to just a little while ago where he was sitting with like 700, 800k himself.
We have a small blind jam, Jack 8, and our shorter stack does not want to call off with the 4-3 of diamonds or whatever the hell it was. Not very high, at least. I gotta say, I've been really enjoying the way that Zong has been playing as chip leader. Like the moment he gathered those
He got
chips,
it, yep.
he's playing as an excellent chip leader.
Yeah, he's like probably the player, once he's got that chip lead, he's not looking to give it away very easily, right? We actually saw the other players that managed to dust off their chip lead, you know, but yeah, he's shown us that he's very capable of making, you know, light 3 bets. He's capable of, you know, playing well post-flop.
Like he's reducing the risk factor for himself while still being very active.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's what you want to see. That's what you want to do on the, you know, final table. You want to keep the pressure on the players, but at the same time, like, you know, you want to slowly chip away at them.
And of course, there's always a tiny bit of luck involved as well. But so far, the timing has been excellent by Zong. We are gonna jam the deuces, shortest stack. Let's the 10-9 go in the small blind. And He's watching along with Ja William. He's like, please have something, mate. Please have something.
Oh, he does have
looks-
an ace. I did see an ace in his hand, actually. It's a little over 10 bigs, and I think it's probably a really raggedy ace by the feel of it. But yeah, there it is.
Yeah. It's an ace for a suited. Stuff. And Ja William crunching the numbers in his head as he takes a look at the board, takes a look at the stack of Feng Zhou, takes a look at the amount of time bank chips he still has.
Yeah, he's gonna have to think that Wu Shitong is gonna have, you know, bigger aces in his range that he shoved there.
Yeah.
He opts to go for a fold, and Wu Shitong picks up some chips without any confrontation.
And that's, I think, what you're also hoping for when you're jamming deuces. For a second there, I saw that the all-in thing was being shoved to the middle. I was like, wait, what? Where was there an error in the graphics? Did we suddenly did get to see a flop, but that is not the case. As Selena is going to leave us for a little while, she is going to do the presentation of one of the trophies that someone has won at one of the side events or main events. Don't know which one it is, but plenty of presentations
The
to be
deep
had.
stack from yesterday, I think.
The deep stack from yesterday. I think they were playing till deep into the night. I guess that's often what happens with a deep stack. But welcome back, Todd.
Yeah, thank you. I've been following. I saw the Kings and the rejam from Shuetsong that's lost his chip leads somewhere along the way. I followed also from the online coverage the 15K has started, and I saw that there is some names that I hadn't seen in the rest of the field. So maybe they just got there and they're gonna start playing some of the more expensive binds that there is.
Well, we've got 6 days left of the Lord Poker Tournament Series over here live from Jeju, South Korea.
Was 7 included today, right?
Yes, I guess that's correct. I mean, we barely started. Let's just say that we have barely started. Day 4 feels like day 1 to me.
And then how did the player with the New York hats lose his chip lead? I was on the way here, so I didn't see.
Basically, 2 big hands. He doubled up Ja William, but I don't remember all of it. We've seen a bunch of very crazy hands in a very short amount of time. He also he made an unfortunate moment to 3-bet. He did get adventures one time with Queen Deuce offsuit in the small blind.
Yeah.
And then Anil Chibleeder came over the top with queens.
And now he's at risk.
Oh,
Zhu
yeah.
Fangzhou. He was playing so tight earlier. I was like, for sure, when this guy's gonna start jamming, he's gonna be loaded. Selena, I heard her on the broadcast tell you about how he folded King Queen on the Queen High board to a C-bet. But yeah, now he's the player at risk, and he's gonna run into Ace King here with Jack 5 offsuit.
Feng Zhou was literally the chip leader not even 30 minutes ago, and now he is all in with only 33% to win this hand. Jack 5 chose this spot to be the aggressor. No pair yet for Ace King, but there is the pair. It's a 3 and a 3 only for Feng Zhou. There is no 3 to be found, and that means that we are down to 3 players. From chip leader to out in 4th. He had such an amazing run, 3 days straight. It's still gonna sting a little bit. Not even 40 minutes ago. This man was looking at 60 big blinds.
Aye, aye, aye. That's tournament poker for you.
Yeah.
Highest highs, lowest of lows. And that means that he wins 36.3k, our last player to be eliminated, and now all 3 players guaranteed at least 47,000. Second place is 65 and first place 1 and 20.
Not an overwhelming chip lead at this point for the 2 players over Wu Zhikong, as Wu did obviously pick up those chips. Makes it a little bit closer, but I do believe that Wu is still the shortest from the 3. But we also know that he's not afraid, and now that there is like no absolute shorty, I also think that we can get ready for some fireworks, because they're not waiting for someone to bust at this point.
Yeah, but also, I mean, on the other hand, the pay jumps are so big now, right? That there is also incentive to maybe proceed with caution in every spot. And that's a great opportunity for the chip leader here to try and apply more pressure, if he even gets to do that, because Wu Shuetsong, he gets Ace 8 suited in the small blind, and he's going to open jam. for 20 big blinds.
A while ago, we saw Wei Zhang fold ace
Oh,
10
sorry, 18 big blinds.
in a small blind against big blind scenario. For folding ace 10, can't imagine that we're gladly calling off king 8 here. But for king 8 is a call for a lot of people. That is kind of like the limit, the verge that we've been discussing. He's going to be happy that he didn't do it this time. All smiles of Wu Zhikong once more. So we are down to 3. Ja Williams looks really cool, by the way. He looks so composed and comfortable. I'm a bit of a fan.
Yeah, we got that. Yeah. We could tell.
I said it when he was at 6 big blinds. Look at him now. It's almost like I've got a knife for these things.
Shuesong was also very short yesterday. I kept talking about that hand I saw where he lost the flip. Didn't have many chips left, but somehow rebuilt back up.
He's had a roller coaster, like an absolute roller coaster.
Yeah.
From being eliminated, right, almost, down to 2 outs on the river,
Then
finding it at 10 back then, staying alive, being the chip leader, being the short stack, now kind of back into the mix again.
And he won that monster hand against Stephen Song, the supposedly best player at the table, to become massive in chips, cracking the aces of the pro player. Pocket 3 is all in the small blinds.
Is that an ace? I think the first card is an ace now for Ja William.
And Ja William in the big blind here.
Does he have a decision?
It's a big all in.
Yeah, yeah, of course. They're just jamming for blinds because the blinds are so much, the antes are a lot. I feel like he had a decision, but I think he already folded. Ace 8.
Oh wow, I think the all in's too big to. Oh my god. Because Shuetong is like so short stack in comparison. So it's like you have to be loaded to call here. It's just too many big blinds. No?
We're just kind of flipping. I mean, they're pretty close to each other, 27, 22.
Oh yeah.
So he's really not that short.
I mean 27 big blind, ace 8. Like you're not you're not too zen about calling this one off, I think.
No, but you also don't want to be folding. You don't every single hand that the chip leader is jamming, because at that point he's going to walk away with it. He's going to be at 85 soon, and you're going to be down to 7.
Yeah. But again, like the pay jump is massive. It's 18k more for whoever makes it to top 2.
But the difference between second and first is like over 40k, no?
No, actually, it's not that big in this tournament. Oh yeah, no, it is. Actually, no.
In this one it is. In the free roll it was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
close. In this one I think it's very big.
It's more. It's so second is 65, first is 120.
Yeah, so that is absolutely massive. So then I think if you really feel like you've got your opponent crushed there, if you're just so far ahead of him, because if you double up now, you actually take over the chip lead. You'll be the chip leader.
Yeah.
If you could,
So you would have called, you're saying?
I think I call ace 8 there. When it's the chip leader jamming into me, I think I call ace 8. Small blind, big blind,
Yeah.
3-handed. Just because the
It's
difference.
interesting how you think that because someone has a lot of chips and is the chip leader, that it makes you more inclined to call. Because on one hand, yes, he's supposed to apply pressure, but you shouldn't, I feel like, give him too much credit for having like a lot of bad, really bad hands there, right? Because it's still a lot of chips for him technically, right? Like if he loses that, he's crippled.
Yeah,
So
but
you-
he doesn't. But he's not expecting to get called, right? That's why they're doing it, because he knows he's
Yeah.
the big chip leader. The 2 shorties, they will only call with absolute monsters because they can't afford a mistake. He can, so I think ace 8 is doing very good there. But I think these guys are picking up on it as well. Like obviously you're just down to 3 right now. It changes the table dynamic a little bit. We were at 4. We had a shorty. That changed everything. Shorty is gone right now. It comes down to the final 3. There is a massive difference between second and first. And I do expect Ja William and Wu Zhikong to fight back, absolutely. And I think they will soon.
Yeah, 18k difference between third and second, 55k between second and first.
Fantastic run though by a chip leader. I pointed out with Selena as well. Kind of flew under the radar a little bit over the previous 3 days. First day we didn't get to see him for a single minute. Second day only towards the very end, right? When we were down to 2 or 3, maybe 3 tables, but perhaps even 2. All of a sudden this dude just shows up and like, damn, he looks cool. He's got some nice tattoos as well. Looks confident. Was a little quiet, but has made a very, very few mistakes ever since we started watching him, and now he's here. Chip leading in the Lord Poker Tournament Series, a main event. The circuit event, that is. As we also have a high roller main event that's starting, I want to say later today, but you pointed out that it already started.
Yeah.
You're going to fire a couple bullets as well, Todd?
Probably not, no.
No.
I'll be happy to cast that, though. Some monsters playing in it. I think I saw, I don't know if he's German or Austrian, I think. Maybe German. One of those guys in there with who has a lot of earnings. Marcus, I think it's called. So excited to see him play. Maybe a quick chat. I bet he's probably my neighbor in Austria.
All the Germans moved to Austria.
And then I think Martin Selak also is in there. Stephen Song. Hoping to have a better run.
I mean, this one was pretty good, right? Didn't
Yeah,
make
I
to
mean,
the
he made
final
a profit,
table.
but he was in for a lot of bullets, so it's probably not a big profit. And also, like, the exit hand, he was so sick.
Yeah, the aces have not been good to him. Also lost, obviously, a big hand with aces yesterday towards the end of the day. We have a short stack fighting back here as our chip leader has opened from the button. Wu Zhikong jams ace-5. Apparently the boys are now lightening up a little bit. I wonder what was said there. I haven't seen Wei Zheng laugh that hard. It's a little too much to call off here with Jack 9. I think we're just going to have to let it go. And he will make a relatively quick fold. I wish I could understand the banter. They seem to be having a good time, yo.
Yeah. And we'll get to hear the interview of the winner with Selena. That's tomorrow during the award ceremony.
Who do you think of the three would give the best interview?
This guy right there.
Wu Zhikong? I believe it.
He played really insane. There was a hand where he flopped top 2 and he just like bet bets and snap jam river for like massive. This guy is awesome.
We had some very fun hands earlier. By the way, the guy who got eliminated, he also lost a lot of chips with pocket jacks against the king 4 defense on a 6-5.
Well, I saw, the king came on the turn.
Yeah, exactly. So he lost a lot of chips there. He lost a lot of chips with the queen deuce 3-bet. And then I think he lost a little flip as well.
He 3-bet queen deuce?
Yep, from
Oh
the
my
small
god.
blind.
That has to be one of those moves where like he was playing really tight. And then he was like, I'm playing tight, they're gonna respect me on 3-bet queen deuce. The thing is,
Yeah.
it's not a very good hand.
I'm sure they respected him, but the button had queens. So
Yeah.
he's like, well, sir, you have my respect, but I'm going for it. And that was way too much, so he had to fold. Yeah, unfortunate. And that's like probably the most annoying and frustrating thing about tournament poker, because you play 2.5 days of great poker, you make it into day 3 final table, literally chip leading, and then with 4 to go, all of a sudden you're out in 4th place, and then it still feels like it went wrong. And obviously it shouldn't feel like that. You've done amazing. Out of 505 players, you were one of the final 4. You can be very proud of that. It still not feel like that if you were chip leading at that point. We got a battle of the queens here. Queen 9 on the small blind against Queen Jack for Ja William in the big blind. Small blind being our chip leader, Wei Zheng. Ooh, action flop. Queen 9 flops an open ender. Queen Jack flops a top pair with a queen kicker and a couple backdoor draws. Could have a lot of chippies flying to the middle here, Todd.
Yeah, it really depends what comes on the turn as well, or how they decide to play it. But again, they need to exercise caution because it's not just 2 players left. We have a third one that's not involved in a hand that's right now praying one of these guys either gets short or busts. In this case, would be Ja William in danger. Complete blank on the turn as far as draws go. It's just another 3. Pairing the board.
I'm getting public safety alerts on my phone.
Yeah, it's about flash floods because he's training a lot.
Yeah.
So it's basically saying like, yeah, if you're going outside and like hiking or whatever, like get out of the way because it's dangerous.
Get back inside, nerds.
Yeah.
Play some cards.
Exactly.
Play some video games.
It's raining a lot.
Yeah, I did see it this morning. I woke up and I was like, this wasn't quite the paradise it was a couple days ago. I was like, is that because of the roulette wheel, or is there, are there other reasons for it? Crazy weather over here in Jeju. I haven't gone to a lot of like proper islands like this in my life, to be honest.
Yeah, weather is often like this, I
Yeah.
think.
Can be very
Rain.
extreme. It can be super pretty.
Yeah.
As we had a 700k bet by our chip leader, and Ja William, as we're down to 3, makes the call here with top pair and that queen kicker. Wei Zhang looking for a king or an 8, finds the king on the river, completes the straight. That is incredibly unfortunate for Ja William.
It's good for Wei Zhang, but that it's hard to imagine Ja William will be losing a lot of chips unless he chooses to bluff it, because if he's even giving the opportunity, that is.
You know it's already 2.9 million in the middle, right?
Yeah.
So he already has...
Yeah, but he can't call. That's what I'm saying.
No, but but he's already lost a lot of chips in
Yeah,
his
yeah.
hand. He's already committed 1.4 million, which is almost half his stack. No, I don't think he is necessarily gonna pay this one off, because indeed draws do get there. You lose against a 3 as well if there somehow was a 3 involved. A king beats you at this point. So I don't think he's gonna lose the final 1.8 million, but he has already lost a lot of chips in this hand, losing over 1.4.
He's beating 8-9, which he blocks because he has a 9.
Which means that he is now, unfortunately, once more the shortest stack. He actually had a pretty decent stack starting this hand. And if that river is any different, he is incredibly close to becoming the chip leader there. He'll have over 4.5 million chips.
I really wonder, actually, if there would have been a check here, whether with Queen Jack you bluff. I guess you have showdown value, so you don't really need to.
No.
Maybe a small bet would have been interesting. Very small bet.
Yeah. But then I also think you would fold if you get raised very big, because then
Yeah.
it's kind of obvious that you're never good there.
But I think, yeah, when he jams, he's saying, like, please have, like, some sort of 2 pair, or please have a 3.
No, I think if there would have been a check, I think there's a check back there, because you're more than happy to win 2.8 million chips. That is a silly amount of big blinds this deep into the tournament. 23 big blinds on this final table. Like, that's bigger than the stack of the other guy that's not even involved in the hand. So I think you gladly check back there. Ja William a little frustrated perhaps with the run out of that hand. He was good on the flop, he was good on the turn. Just got a bit unfortunate on the river. Wujikong says, you guys were having way too much fun without me. As we had a button open. And just the immediate jam from the big blind with King Jack. Not afraid of the chip leader.
Dong Wei Zhang pretending he's thinking about a call. He even asked for a count. But I can't imagine he'd ever call with a Queen 5 suited here. Just trying to pretend he's opening some strong hands. I mean, Queen 5 suited is a completely okay open here. But yeah, I don't think he can ever call against what is 20.5 big blinds. He's really trying to sell this one.
He does love his suited queens. That is something I have learned. Now, maybe not this one, Johan. I know you're going to say that. But there's something about the Queen 10 and the Queen Jack that he loves a whole lot more than other hands. And to be fair, they've been treating him incredibly well.
He's one-upping here. You love your suited kings, like the low ones.
I don't.
about the
I really
suited-
do not.
Yeah, right.
I love my
How
Jack.
much you call it the Bellagio when I 3-bet you?
No, I think I made it 18. You made it 40. I called.
No, if you make it 18, I'm making much more than 40. I don't mean 3 bets. I 3-bet big.
No, I like my Jack 10 suited.
I probably made like 70.
Ja William. And the button is going to let it go. It's obviously all in or fold poker for Ja William at this point. The other two players have him heavily covered. Wu Zhikong also sticking around, hanging in there. King Jack, small blind. Might just be another jam tot. This man likes to keep the game simple for himself. That is, I think, an all-in. And 6-4 can't really fight back.
It's a Chouette song.
An easy 26 big blind jam from the small blind.
Can you say Chouette song?
Yes, but I call him Wu.
This guy looks really cool.
Most certainly does. They all look cool. Wu looks happy.
He looks like one of those guys, if you went to the hip-hop club, you know, like NB in Seoul, he'd know everybody there.
Maybe Mix and Vix as well if they're still around.
King Jack offsuit. Going to open jam against a 10 big blinds. Jack Williams. Gonna fold the 7-4 offsuit pretty easily here.
I call him Williams as well, but it's just William. There's no S there, but it's just very common to add an S in there.
It's if it's the last name, it's like often you will have an S, right? Just the first name won't.
Yep.
It might be that William is even like his first name, but English name.
He went for the double first name sign up.
Or maybe Jai is his last name. He just like got listed the other way around.
So he's William Joe.
Yeah.
It's possible. Anything is possible. As we are down 2-3 here. The Lord Poker Tournament Series live from Jeju. This man is our overwhelming chip leader. But the other two have already shown us that they do not like dying. Little less than 10 big blinds here for Ja William from the small blind. He is going to send it. Jack 7 offsuit. I think he's going to get called. Ace 7 suited. Wujikong already happy. I think just with the ace you already call. He is going to make the call.
Joe Williams is like, please God, no.
Yeah.
He saw the ace, but unfortunately, it's a call. And Joe Williams at risk here.
Yep, and this is rough. Now, he was in a similar spot earlier where somebody had like ace 8 against 8-9, and 8-9 did get there. And this time it looks like it's going to be incredibly tough for Ja William. And the ace on the turn will seal the deal as Wu makes trips. And we are down to heads up. Ja William has been an absolute pleasure to watch over the last few days. Fantastic run on his side. But unfortunately for him, his journey comes to an end. And we are down to 2-tot. It's a heads-up battle between Wu and Zhong.
And Joe Williams, $47,000 for his effort. Pretty good day in the office. The other two will battle for a 120K first place prize. And the second place will take $65,000.
So a massive heads-up match here. Almost double. That's insane. You don't see that very often.
Oh, yeah.
We are back to the final table of the Lord Poker Tournament Series, a main event of the circuit, that is. A beautiful trophy on the table, perhaps the most beautiful of them all. And it will come down to these two. 4.6 million chips for Wu. And our chip leader has been playing an excellent final table, Zhong, sitting at 8 million. So almost a 2-1 lead, but not quite. 53 over 31 big blinds. What are you feeling, Todd? You feeling your guy, Wu?
It's tough with his chip counts. He's going to need to have something happen. Earlier, he was running extremely hot. Selena mentioned to you that prior to you arriving here, he was winning every single hand. That was very true. So if he goes on another run like that, that's going to be very helpful. And he might need that because he's against a very competent opponent. I got to say, like, you know, I know it's very top heavy, like tournament poker, but here 120K for first, 65 for second. That's so massive a difference. They're playing for a 55K prize right now, heads up.
Yep, that is massive. We obviously are not aware if there's any deals. I don't know if these guys would be down for it. When the pay jump and the difference is that large, I personally wouldn't mind it, like to bring it a little bit closer.
Yeah.
And I think it would be quite understandable. I also have the feeling that for Wu, this is relatively unknown territory. He's so happy, he's so chatty, he's a very fast player. Can't imagine that he's been in this position a whole bunch throughout his career. Perhaps his opponent a little more often. We've got Queen 7 of diamonds for our big blind player, who flopped a bottom pair. The turn is another king. Well, see, Queen 7 looks pretty alright here. In heads up, it is very difficult to make a pair. Obviously, the ranges are going to be very, very wide, and almost any two will do. So whenever you flop a pair, most of the time you're going to be quite happy with it. And perhaps the first hand will go to the man who is chasing.
Weizong actually doesn't see it that way. Because we've seen Shuetsong actually lead out very often when he hits something. And here, on the king turn, it went check, check, and he still checked on the river. So he sees a bunch of draws that missed. He knows that maybe even a jack would have called. Or if he thinks it's only a jack that he can have that would call here, it makes sense, I think, maybe to bet one more time. because he really has no showdown value anyway with 6 high. But Tresong, this might be cheap enough that he flicks in the call.
3 big blinds. 1.2 million in the middle. If we make this call, it'd be a 1.6 million chip a pot. That definitely bring us very close to each other. At that point, any all-in would almost be a crippling amount of damage. He is counting some chips. I think he's gonna make the call, Todd. I think he's aware of this dynamic where having a pair, especially on a paired board like this with the king, is pretty powerful. Makes the correct call and wins a pretty sizable pot to kick off this heads-up battle. Both players had 20 minutes to get ready for this final table. Maybe drink a coffee, a tea, perhaps discuss something with some of their amigos that are in the room. And that is an excellent first hand by Wu.
What a great trophy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The first thing I saw, actually, because before they added all the other trophies to the trophy case, this one was already standing there. I guess it's because it's part of the circuit. This is a very, very good looking trophy. That inspires me to at least give it a shot one day. 500 buckies, day one of the main. We're all allowed to dream.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you recently, when I visited you and we played some tournaments, you went deep in the last one that we played.
Mm-hmm. Like tournament poker. Tournament poker is fun. You have to be very, very patient. You have
busted
to
on some silly stuff too, right? I think.
I mean, I forgot the exact details, but I know that right before the end, I lost a very big hand with ace queen versus queen 9, and queen 9 made a straight on the river.
Yeah. But all in pre?
Yeah, all in pre.
Because I think we were all very short.
Made a straight on the river, and that was a bit unfortunate. It was runner straight as well. It looked like on the flop it wasn't going anywhere. And my last hand, I do remember that I went all in with ace king, but I was ultra short. Like,
It was a flip, I think.
yeah, I think it was a pair, like pair of 8s, 7s, something like that. Speaking of ace king, Wei Zhang looks down at ace king.
Easy open.
And praying that his opponent has a hand as well. Have not seen a crazy amount of tree betting in the last hour and a half. Seen it a few times. Most of the time it did not really work
But
out.
he limped.
Well, that's very tricky.
What?
Hoping that Wu is going to bump it up so he can come back over the top. Fortunately for our ace king player, that does not happen. No, this is not the best flop ever for ace king jack 5 deuce, but more often than not, especially in heads up, you're still going to be good. You've got the nothing, the board pairs on the turn. So if you were good on the flop with your ace king, you're good on the turn. But you're hoping to win a few more chips, right? You're not gonna get ace king very often in a heads up match. So we are gonna fire a tiny bet here on the turn, and that's enough to take it down.
And I feel like by now Wu Shuetsong has really been more and more figured out. You know, we talked about it with Selena. He can feel like he's a little face up at times. And his opponent here, because of the way he's been playing, I think he's a very, very competent player. So I think he's going to have a fairly decent edge here in heads up. And he's going to be way more aggro. He's going to get Wu Shuetsong to fold all the time. And I think if he had bluffed bigger, actually, in that previous hand, really, like, the mistake was maybe betting as small as it is. If he had bluffed bigger, I think he would have gone through.
Mm-hmm. But one thing we do know is that Wu Shuetsong does not shy away from the roller coaster, Todd. He's been up, he's been down, he's been the shortest stack, he's been the chip leader. He was a 2-outer away from not even making it to this final table. A 3-way all-in, ace, king, jacks, tens. And the man with tens found one of the 2 case tens on the river. Won a monstrous spot, went from short stack to all of a sudden one of the biggest stacks. Did Wei Zhang just get queens there, by the way? I think he got a walk on queens.
Feels bad.
That's annoying, yeah. It's like you just got ace, king, and queens in back-to-back hands in a heads-up match with an incredibly stunning trophy in the center of the table. You barely won any chips. Now, it's better than losing chips,
Yeah.
but still frustrating.
Cup half full, Kevin.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I would be annoyed there. But then again, like, heads-up is not so much about the monsters, because more often than not, your opponent's not going to have anything. So you know it's a lot of the medium hand. You're going to have to battle over every single pot. You're going to have to battle on every turn. You're gonna have to make some moves. It's not as simple as I hope I have a good hand, my opponent has a slightly less good hand, let's go all in and take it down. At least not yet, when both players have as many big blinds to work with as they currently do. Wow! Okay. King Jack opened. Snap jam of Queen 9 diamonds, 30 something big blinds, and gets the better hand to fold.
He's got some moves after all.
Yeah, I have the feeling that Wu Shizong, he's just not afraid to flip for it all. And even if he has to flip for it with like 44%, he's like, oh, I'll take it. I don't need to win this, 100 times. I don't need to be profitable. I just need to win one flip, and maybe he feels like this is his day. This man is not afraid to get it in any 50-50 scenario, or even if he's a small underdog, he just does not care.
Definitely has felt that way so far. Queen 9 offsuit usually limps often with this type of hands. Yeah, there it is. Queen 3 offsuit. Going to check his option here at Zhong Weizhang.
Queen deuce would be very gnarly. King Jack 8 instead with 2 clubs. Both players have 1 club in their hand. Wu Shizong has the better club. There is a queen that rolls off on the turn. Honestly, could mean that Wei Zhang is going to end up losing a couple chippies here. It goes check, check. Wow, somehow improves to 2 pair on the river. Honestly, I'm surprised that it went check, check there. Like second pair, heads up. With a relatively uneventful hand up to that point. Surprising. The bet is going to be 350k, and I will absolutely not blame Wu Shizong here if he makes this call. I would always make this call. It seems like he's grabbing raising chips. It's just a call.
No, you just call.
And that's good news. Yeah, a raise would have been a little bit surprising after it going check check on the turn.
Yeah, and Zhong Weizhang again retaking the lead here. 54 bigs to 31 big blinds. Still looking for that 120k prize. It's pretty sick. Imagine winning 120k in one tournament like this.
Or winning from 500 bucks even. It's possible.
Well, you might have played multiple bullets and maybe the flights that were more expensive, but still, it's 120k at the end. That's nuts.
Yep. Even for the seasoned veterans, that's a nice little payday.
Which is crazy to say because after this, we're going to have the 15k, and I'm pretty sure the prizes there are going to be way bigger. Because I think it's a 2 million guarantee.
Got 8-7 of clubs here for the man who's on the button. 8-7 is a very pretty hand. He is just going to limp. We've got King 9 for Wu. We know that he can get a little crazy. King 9 offsuit though is just going to be... Is that a race? That is a race to 550k.
I'm sorry, I said 2 million. It's 3 million guarantee in the 15k. That we'll have on later, where Jungleman's been spotted in the fields.
It's very cool.
He was getting a massage.
I would give Jungleman a massage.
I feel like I almost never see Jungleman playing and not getting a massage at the same time.
Maybe it's one of these things. It's just very addicting that if you haven't done it too often in the past, it doesn't feel like that's something you need. But once you start getting really used to it, you just can't go without it anymore.
Well, you know how much it cost in Vegas?
No idea. But I do know that...
$2 a minute.
Okay. I do know that 8-7 of clubs flopped a flush draw here. King 9 does have 1 club in the hand as well. And obviously having King high on ace-3-4 board feels pretty good in a heads-up match. But this could be anybody's hand. Love to see our chip leader put in some chips here. This is going to check it back. Wants to see that turn. Hoping to see one of the cards that he was looking for. Even any 8, any 7 would obviously be quite good most of the time, because it's so hard to make a pair in heads up. The 4 of hearts though is very, very underwhelming. Puts a double flush draw on the board.
Yeah, once there's the second check here from Wu Shuizong, he has an opportunity to fire away, but decides to check again. And now I think he knows he has pretty much no showdown value, so does he want to try another time? He fired a bet on the river, got called, fired another one, and got called again. The first time he was bluffing, the second time he had it.
I think he's going to give up on this one.
If he gives up on this one, I feel like it kind of means that he's done bluffing at all for a while or for the time being. Yeah, he gives up. I think maybe he got called twice. And by the way, Wu Shuizong trapping here because he had a king on the end. I think he was really hoping there would be another bluff attempt. So I think maybe Zhong Weizhang by this point is like, this guy just calls every time when I bet on the river. I just need to basically bet when I have it, and then that's it. I can just check otherwise.
Indeed. And I'm mesmerized by that trophy. That's a beautiful green. I think Selena referred to it as the emerald green.
It's the time stone from Avengers. You don't watch that, do you?
No. I do know about I know about infinity stones.
Yeah, so the green one is the time one.
Well, it looks beautiful. Overall, I really like the branding of the Lord Poker Tournament series. I like the green and the black. It's a bit, for some reason, it's rare. I feel like a lot of brands, they kind of shy away from using a lot of green in their logos and advertisement.
You know, one time Artosis, he asked me like about favorite colors.
Yeah.
And he was explaining me about how like, I think he said green is like often geniuses. Their favorite color is green.
What about orange?
I think he said it's like for a sociopath. No, I don't remember exactly. But
Both players make a pair here, but Wu Shuizong even makes trips. Check, check. So the 3 deuce of clubs is going to check with bottom pair. And obviously you're going to be happy normally flopping a pair and heads up. But Wu, with trip 5s, already went for a check on the flop. Says, all right, let's go ahead and put in some chips, hoping that his opponent would catch up a little bit. Now, one big blind is absolutely going to get called here. Let's see what that river is. The river is a deuce. It could potentially be massive fireworks. Even if you'd have the bottom end of the full house.
yeah.
Still feel very good about it.
Okay, let's see. Maybe you can get one more bet.
He's going to have to bet very small if he wants to
That
call.
doesn't look small.
No. I think he's really hoping that his opponent connected with either the jack or the queen. That is what he's targeting. That is what he's praying for. I don't think he's necessarily thinking of being called with a deuce here.
Oh, he bet pretty much the full pot, 700k into 750.
If Wu does get called here, we're literally dead even in chips. And both players are going to be working with around 6.2 million. And it will be as fair of a fight as possible, but I just don't really see our chip leader Wei Zhang call here. It's 700k. It is a pair, and it's hard to make a pair and heads up, but... Oh, he's grabbing some chips and makes the call. Well, Todd, are you ready for a fair fight if we've ever seen one? 6.4 million chips against 6.3. Couldn't be any more even.
I'm a bit surprised by the call here. But again, it's very easy for us. We see the whole cards, and we've been seeing them the whole time. Obviously, a very competent players here in this final heads-up of the main event.
I mean, when check on the flop on deuce 5-5, the turn is a jack, and we've got a tiny bet. River is a queen, and we've got a much bigger bet. Maybe in Wei Zhang's mind, it's like if you had a jack or a queen, like if you had a jack, you would have probably checked again, hoping that you can set up the trap. And if you had a queen, then maybe there should have been some more action pre-flop. And there wasn't really any action pre-flop. So perhaps in his mind, it just didn't really add up. And he felt his opponent was bluffing. Made the light call there with the absolute bottom pair. And he limps in now with ace-3. Both players, a 6.2 million. That is fun though, with a beautiful trophy in the middle. Let it be fair. Like sometimes you enter a heads-up match and it's like an 8-1 chip lead. You know, we're going to get it all in immediately as both players connect with this flop. So much for it's hard to make a pair. Queen 6 flops top 2. Ace 3 flops bottom pair. Normally thought bottom pair, heads up. You feel pretty good about yourself.
Maybe it does. Let's see how much he bets. 450 in the pot. Gonna go for a third. 150. Do I still have 2 pairs? Yes. Double checks.
Yeah. So this is happening. Queen 6. Final table. Lord Poker Tournament Series main event, casually flopping 2 pair. This is gonna make the race to 600k. It really does feel like that he's just reeling in that momentum at this point. And Wei Zhang is actually gonna let this go rather quickly. Maybe he has picked up on the fact that there is very little 3-betting in general coming out of Wu. And whenever Wu makes bigger raises pre-flop as well, he tends to have absolute premium hands. We've seen it with tens, we've seen it with queens, we've seen it with kings, we've seen it with aces throughout these last 3 days. He very rarely has done like 3x openings with weak hands, like his semi-bluff hands, like with his 8-7, 9-7s, whatever. Has not really done it. This was a big raise. And I think his opponent correctly identified that he has got to be strong here, and he absolutely was strong. Flopping top 2 in heads up is kind of like flopping the Stone Cold nuts.
I wonder how much experience he has in heads up. Wu Chuezong. Because from the way he plays, I would guess I don't think he's a pro player. And usually, if you're not a pro player, you're gonna have significantly less experience in heads up because you don't get there nearly as often.
But he also seems to me as the kind of guy that doesn't really overcomplicate things. He's there having a good time. He's just going to play his cards, going to play some poker. And if you have a lack of experience, you can make up for that by keeping the game very simple. Poker is complex. Poker can be very deep. But you can also just play it very straightforward. And if you're willing to just flip for 45% over and over again, eventually you're going to find yourself in that situation. And maybe once in a while, it will even be better. I think so far he doesn't really look too outclassed or anything. Like he might be missing a few spots where he could pick up additional value. But I think we've seen enough of Wu to know that that's not the kind of player he is. He's not going to sit there and throw in 2 time banks to extract another big blind out of his opponent. He's here to make some chips fly through the center, entertain us, put on a show, and potentially lift that trophy.
He's here for the action. I'm sure he fell to a few big blinds at some point in the tournament, and he was probably like thinking, I didn't hear no bell.
I mean, yesterday, mate, before the final table, he was down to a 2-outer. He needed a 10 and a 10 only on the river, and he got there. He's been a very fun player. We've seen a lot of fun players over the last 3 days. The main event here of the Lord Poker Tournament Series, a circuit event. 10-5 flops, a top pair makes a 2 big blind bet and takes it down immediately. Which means that Wei Zhang will once more take a little lead. I feel like this is all just going to come down to soon a 70 big blind pot. And that is what it is. I don't really see... Yeah.
They might just trade back and forth for like 2 more levels.
Yeah, that's all right. Anything is possible.
Like a setup, unless the setup comes first, but it's not very likely.
We're no future tellers, but I can really see this as soon. Like maybe this will go on for a little bit, and one of the two is going to create a little bit of a lead, and then we're just going to throw 70 big blinds into the middle, and we're going to play for a trophy.
Another limp.
Yeah, a lot of limping at the moment. Not that much raising, a lot of limping.
Friendly poker.
Well, we
had
it
for a 55k pay jam difference in the first place.
Let's not forget they had a 20-minute break getting ready for this final table. I feel like if you have, or not the final table, but the heads-up match of the final table, if you have to wait for 20 minutes, then you may as well take your time and enjoy it a little. We did see the very quick all-in early with the Queen 9. Technically, like, I would have been in some trouble against the King Jack suited. That was on the other side, but if you wait for 20 minutes, you stare at that trophy forever. Do you really want to throw 50 bigs into the middle immediately with King Jack? It's a little much. We've all learned a very, very long time ago to never overplay King Jack. Words that live rent-free in the minds of a lot of poker fans around the world.
Let's see here, actually, if we end up seeing any action. Because we see Zhong Guizhang. He has the worst hand currently with King High, but he does have a straight draw. Kind of ugly board right now for Ace-Deuce offsuit. Just feels like you have nothing and your opponent has everything.
Yeah, but Ace High feels strong on these boards, though. In a heads-up match, 10, 8, 7, 7.
Well, apparently he doesn't think so.
No, but I think Ace High will always feel strong, unless you're like there's like 5 unique cards that are all kind of spread, and there are straight draws on the board as well, or like completed straights, like 4 to a straight. That's obviously where your ace high is going to feel a lot weaker. But on 10, 8, 7, 7, I think ace high feels quite powerful. All right. I think I'll make some space for Selena, who wants to hop in and do a little bit of heads up commentary. I'll be listening. I'll be taking notes. Enjoy, Johan. Good luck, Selena.
Oh, I'm actually wondering what happened to Jar William with that big stack.
I'm blanking.
Because I did
Yeah.
not expect Wu Shizong to be playing heads up here against Zhou Weizhen.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
fucking sorry.
Yeah, but you know what? A great guy to win the tournament. We were actually just talking about how I would love to interview him, at the award ceremony and to see what he has to say about, his unconventional plays.
Yeah, that's one way to call it. There's been a lot of limping going on, actually.
Okay, yeah.
And Zhong Weizong, he had a hand where he tried to bluff, and he got called by Xuezong, and then a little bit later, a similar spot, but this time he had it, and like
Okay.
he bet a little bit bigger, and he got called again. So then came another hand where he had no showdown value on the river, and I was like, does he try again? He's like 1-for-1
Yeah.
in results, but both times on the river he bet, and it kind of feels like he's getting called every time. So he
Right.
just completely gave up.
Okay.
So I was wondering
yeah.
if it means that maybe he just stops bluffing entirely because he's
Right.
realized that he was getting
realized,
called
yeah,
every
his,
time.
The players are catching on. It's interesting hand developing here. We actually see that Zhou Weizhong has 2 pairs on this board, and Wu Xuecong with the Queen 10 and rivering that pair. And he's
He's gonna lead out.
he's going to lead out by the looks of it. Grabbing some chips. Oh no, going for a check.
Ooh, that's the
It's-
scary grab for chip.
Yeah,
to
grab
check.
for chips, but then it's a bit of a tell, isn't it? Because maybe, I think the players that do that, they want you to check back on that river and not bet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's not gonna fall for it.
yeah, because he's kind of like looking like, oh, you know what, whatever you bet, I'm gonna call you, So yeah,
1.8 and a half in the middle. He's gonna bet 1.3, 2/3.
yeah, I like that bet there. And let's see if Wu Shitong does think his top pair is any good here. And let's not forget the flush draw, did get there. Oh, there's a time bank chip
Yeah.
going, giving it a bit of a thought.
He was laughing to himself.
Yeah. He knows that Zhou Weizhen has a hand. He's just trying to figure out whether or not his pair is good enough.
Yeah, this is very interesting. The dynamic I mentioned as well with Zhong Weizhang, he completely shut down the previous hand, which I'm sure sometimes you don't have to bluff every time, obviously, but the psychology of it, of perhaps giving up mostly on bluffs, even some of the good ones, it could be a real dynamic setting up in this match. We do see a call, and Zhong Weizhang is going to take a big lead here after winning this one with 2 pairs.
A smile and nod coming from his opponent.
I smile, but inside I feel the pain.
No, definitely feeling that pain. That's a pretty nice looking trophy there. It reminds me something coming out of the Avengers.
That's what I just said.
Oh, is it?
The time stone is the green
Yeah,
one.
Is that right?
Yeah,
okay,
the
there we
one,
go.
of Doctor
Yeah,
Strange,
yeah.
that Doctor
okay,
Strange
okay, yeah. No, it's pretty cool.
It's funny because I said that to Kevin, but I know he doesn't watch these
He
movies,
doesn't
so he
watch
just
it.
looked at me.
Okay,
He's like,
okay, yeah. So he's not a big superhero movie guy, huh? I actually think I've seen all the Marvel movies. Yeah.
these days they've fallen off a lot, but
Yeah.
hopefully they'll come back with some good stuff.
Some good stuff. Yeah.
The last one was fun, Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolt. Yeah. No, I haven't seen it yet. Yeah. Actually, didn't they change the name last second to something else? I think they.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you need to see to understand.
Okay,
ideally, but
okay.
yeah.
Oh, is that right? So it's
Yeah.
actually like a bit of a story incorporated into
Yeah.
into it. Okay.
I don't want to spoil it.
Okay. Ah.
So, what's the chip lead like now?
我点一下啊
Is it like 2-1? Is it more?
All right. So a really nice hand on the dealer button with the ace nine of hearts. Commanding chip lead of 9.1 million.
Going to. Oh, it limps again.
Oh, he's going for a call, and Wu Shitong with 20 big blinds here, and finds an ace six. I could see some chips going into the middle.
We've seen him make some big all-ins in those scenarios.
Oh, there it
Yeah.
is. Yep, just shipping that
Wow.
20 big
And,
blind
actu-
stacking.
there's a chance Dong Weizhang did this.
Yes,
to induce
trap.
here, yeah.
Definitely. You know, ace nine is a very strong hand heads up.
He saw the jam earlier against the kings with the low pocket pair, and early into the heads up, actually, there was a raise from Zhong Weizhang, and Wu Shuizong, he rejammed really big, like early into the heads up, just like massive
Yeah.
with a hand that was actually losing technically, but then he
Right.
made the better hand fold,
Yeah.
and it looks like he has called
顶住，求求了。
everything for the title here. 120K for the winner, $65,000 for second place. Zhong Weizhang way ahead currently, 70% with the ace-9 suited. It comes 5-8-8, 2 diamonds, and Shuizong holds the 6 of diamonds.
Oh, what a
5
turn to
on the
save
turn.
Wu Shitong from elimination.
和平结局。
And looks like a chop pot.
Oh my god, and it's Weizhang just he's feeling sick right now.
It's like, this guy has
Oh my
alligator
God.
blood, you know?
Yeah.
He's just not going anywhere,
Can't
is he?
get rid of him.
Yeah, yeah.
That is sick.
我是多少？300。
Still alive. He's been a really difficult player to eliminate somehow. Always sticking around. Ah, that's so brutal. Damn, if I had the S9 of hearts here, I would be legit like not tilted. I think I'd just be really sad because he could almost feel that 120K coming his way, but not quite yet. He's gonna have to put in some more work for that to happen.
Another pretty hand on the button here for Wu Shitong. He's got Jack 10 of diamonds.
And I guess he was hoping there would be an
Oh.
all-in then with the Ace-9.
Yeah. And he's just open shipping now. He just goes all in for like 25 bigs on the button. Without a care in the world. Well, that's definitely one of the cooler trophies I've seen of late.
Oh my god, he has blonde hair. I think yeah, we could see some at the back actually. I don't know why I didn't realize it.
Yeah, no, that was surprising for me
He
too.
took off his mask.
Yeah, if I was to guess what kind of hair he had underneath, I would not have gone with blonde. Yeah. All right, we have a call on the button here with the 5-4 offsuit, and Wu Shitong has decided to check his big blind option with the Queen 5 of diamonds. Oh, great flop for Wu Shitong to be able to have a little aggression. It's always good to flop some kind of something, to connect the board, especially in a heads-up battle. Heads up is a lot to do with, the aggression. Sheer
Oh.
aggression is going to get you everywhere, really.
He went very big, 400 into 450,
Yeah, so he went for like a pot-sized bet there, pretty much.
and we got a girder ball on the other side.
Yeah,
just-
with that kind of bet, it's very easy for his opponent to let go.
Yeah.
If he bet something like, I think, 150,000, you could see him coming along. To Wu Shitong, he hasn't made a hand. It was a drawing hand, so he's very happy to take it down.
I'm excited for the 15K. I saw Jungle earlier in the mix.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're going to be actually bringing guys, action of the 15K right after this event wraps up. So yeah, look out for that and don't go anywhere. There's actually a lot of interesting notables in the field, and there should be some fireworks at the tables.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell us who some of these guys are, because I'm sure you're more familiar with a lot of them.
Because a lot of these players, they might not be frequenting the like global scene of poker,
Yeah.
but because it is a 15K USD buying main event, they are notables in Asia.
I saw there is, I think he's German, Markus Gierse. Do you know him?
Oh no, not really. Yeah,
Yes,
is
he has. I saw he has low
Yeah.
earnings.
Okay, so good German player.
I would assume, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because I know the German players from like back from the old days where like there was a group of Germans that traveled everywhere and
Yeah.
played all the big events. I don't think he was one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zhou Weizhen here with the 8-6 offsuit on the dealer button. Let's see how he chooses to play these kind of hands. He's going for a call. And Wu Shitong here finds ace-jack of diamonds, the big blind. And he's going to raise it up. And so he hasn't chosen to go all in with this hand.
Yeah. I was like, I was ready.
I know, right? He's just got like all in or fold.
That's new. He's not jamming anymore.
All right, he's not jamming right now. And he's making a 450,000 pre-flop.
Is like, would you usually go bigger against somebody that limps?
I think because it's 3x, I think it's fine because it's still going to cost Zhong Weizhen here 2 big blinds to call. The only thing really is because he's going to be playing this hand in position. So I guess his strategy against this particular player in this heads-up match is to maybe see as many flops and hope to hit something big.
Yeah.
All right, this is not favoring either player too much, but Wu Shitong can definitely continue. He's got possibility of a backdoor flush. He's got, any king will make a straight. Oh, well, he just goes for the all-in and a quick fold from his opponent. Well, that's
guy
some
is
power
awesome.
poker.
Yeah, no, he's sick. How many questions do you get to ask the winner when you do the award ceremony?
Well, average of 2.
Just 2?
Just 2, but this is quite interesting. So I've had the first interview with the opening event winner, and he was someone that actually gave me a good amount of response, sentences in his reply that I was happy with, and it was like a good length interview.
Yeah.
The second guy I got, which was a single day high roller winner, he just took over the show. I asked him 2 questions. He went on talking for like 8 minutes all by himself, thanking all his friends and everybody, his chance to come out here to play the TLPT, the experience of the TLPT, from the pickup from the airport and so forth. Yeah, it was just a one-man show, And then the guy I interviewed just then was a man that was of very few words. He pretty much gave me like a few worded answers and he was done. And out of here, he packed his bags, putting the trophy in the luggage, and he's flying out.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think usually you can expect that, like most people to be kind of shy. Are we going to jam here again?
Yeah, we've got Wu Shitong going in with the pocket fours here.
Oh my
and
goodness.
I know Kevin loves them pocket fours. He talks about how you always hit a set with the pocket fours. And let's see if Zhou Weizhen is going to make a call here with the king queen.
This feels very expensive, right?
It is. It's a huge shove, but I don't know if he knows exactly what he could really do with, I guess, a pocket pair in this spot. And he knows that if they do go to a flop, there's going to be too many overcards to come. And, it could be a headache to play pocket four. So he just choosing to rip it in right here now. And then it's up to Zhong Weizhen to make the call. And he's just going to have to break down what kind of hands he's happy shipping it in here with. I mean, if there is a king jack here, is there a king 10 here, and a queen jack possibly? And if that's the case, he's well ahead of those hands, but at the same time, if the opponent's shoving, say, for example, a pair, it's not the worst thing. You're flipping, and if the player's, shoving ace X kind of hands.
He calls.
He calls.
Here we go again.
Here we go. Oh my God. So right now, this could be the last hand of the tournament with Wu Shitong currently looking to double up. Otherwise, if a king or queen falls, Zhong Weizhong is going to be the clear winner. All right, we've got Zhong Weizhong. Oh my God, that turn, the pocket fours apparently is always coming, like Kevin says.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, that's one full double up.
I don't know if he can lose after this, honestly. If he's going to
man.
chop when he's way behind and then win the flip after the king comes on the flop, perhaps it's just destiny that Xuezong just wins this tournament.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle for his opponent. It just doesn't matter what he does against him. You know, I don't know. Is just, this guy just destined to win the tournament? There are times where I think he was going to be a goner, but no, he just stuck around and right now heads up with a chip lead.
大忙吗？
Well-
Welcome back. And we have the heads up of the TLPT circuit main event. We have Zhong Weizheng here as the short stack and Wu Xuetong with the chip lead.
And we're playing for $120,000 first prize. Second place is $65,000, so $55K difference. Pretty big deal. And of course, this beautiful trophy on the line as well.
A quick check from Wu Xuetong with absolutely nothing on this board. And Zhong Weizheng looking to make a bet with a pair, two pairs.
Wu Xuezong absolutely immortal so far in this tournament. Just impossible to get rid of this guy. He chopped when he was behind. The flip started horribly with the fours, then he turns the set. It seems like no matter his chip count, he never got phased. Actually, he was a big chip leader.
Yeah. at some
Five-handed, lost a lot. A lot of people, I think, would let that, kind of poison their mind a little bit, start feeling negatively about it. Not him. Didn't seem to care at all. And now he's heads up with the chip lead again.
point. Finding pocket twos on the dealer button. We've seen him open ship some pocket pairs in the past.
Wow, for 20 big blinds. Effective. Yeah, 10-8 offsuit, not gonna do it. I feel like that last flip was kind of like unavoidable, or even what we saw earlier with the, I think it was ace-8 suited, limp calling a jam. Because I think our player here with the tattoo, Zhong Weizhang, really started picking up very well what was happening and exactly how his opponent was playing. And he really adjusted very well, in my opinion. It's just that things have, unfortunately for him, not been going his way as of late. So now he finds himself at a chip deficit. He will limp king 4 offsuit on the button. We see a check and a check on the flop. Ace high flop. Check on the turn. Is it time to stab? Nope. Just going to check back.
King high.
可以还
I guess he might, yeah, with the king high. He does have showdown value here often. And the the other card plays, my man.
Yeah, the card does play. He's looking a bit confused. And he's like, man, this guy just really, when I just think it's a chop, it's not. He takes down that small pot.
Now that gum must have no taste left. Been chewing on it for hours.
Well, not a time to change anything. It's running good. It could be the lucky gum. He might have to chew every time he plays a tournament.
If you win a trophy like this, do you put it in your luggage or you try and take it with you on the plane to make sure it doesn't get damaged?
I think, man, I've taken luggage with trophies in it back home, and they always check. They always ask you to open up your luggage and they have a look at what it is, because they could think that you're hiding something inside that trophy,
Yeah.
transporting something or rather. So they tend to always ask you to open up and take a look. I do think I do put in my handheld luggage.
Yeah, because it's less
Usually.
chance it breaks, right?
Yeah, but this one looked like a pretty solid piece, right? Because in the past
Really?
I've had,
This gem in the middle?
I mean, it's something that if it does happen to fall out, you could probably super glue it back in. But I've had more intricate type of trophies where it's got like dragons and everything carved onto it.
Yeah.
And those ones are the ones that, you kind of be like, yeah, I probably don't want that to go in
Yeah.
my checking.
I want a figurine once of like I think it's like a marine, a unit in the video game, and then like when I got home, it was in 1,000 pieces.
Oh,
It's so
no.
sick. Yeah, some of these are like really tough. Actually, I was at an event with Kevin, I think maybe like 2 years ago, and then we got like trophies as like members of the community and casters, and it was like a pretty small. It's like Kerrigan, this character in the game, and this one broke too. Like, I think I put it in the dishwasher, not dishwasher, sorry, washing machine
yeah.
by accident because it was in the middle of my clothes.
Right, right.
So I
So
just
I forgot
grabbed
about
everything out
it.
of the bag and then put
Yeah.
it in there. It came out and it was like broken everywhere as well. And I was like, oh, well, I need to find a way to glue it together somehow, but I haven't gotten around to it yet.
You probably never will.
Yeah.
Yeah. This board, there's not really connecting for either player, but ace high definitely can take a stab. No, decides to just check. Yeah, he plays pretty straightforward, kind of just checks when he doesn't really hit, and then keep the pot small. And now here we're seeing Zhong Weizhen going for a bet and taking down the orphan pot.
I like that because the board
Yeah, I
was
do
proper
like-
scary this time,
is,
so it's much
yeah.
harder to call, I think.
And it does feel like your opponent has lost interest already in the pot.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to just take a stab, A friend of mine actually said to me like this: do not underestimate, pick up these orphan pots, he called them. They're the ones that people don't want. So that technically you can see like sometimes 3 or 4 players go and seize a flop and everybody checks around. He says those are great pots, just take a stab at, and you win quite a lot of big blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was playing recently. I was in Vegas for 2 months, and I played 420 hours. And I was really trying to pay attention a lot to that. It just felt like when it checked around, at least one time on the turn,
Yeah.
like never would it check around again. And I was trying to see as many showdowns as possible to figure out if people had it or not. Unfortunately, like not many of these hands went to showdown,
No,
but I did
no.
feel like most of the time they had it, so
Yeah.
it wasn't too many stabs, but sometimes it was. Like trying to figure out, like
Yeah.
what really is going on there
Right,
in
right.
the
Well,
field.
yeah, why people like kind of checking where most of the time there should be a bet out there.
Yeah, because it's so easy. Like, right, you start playing, and like it happens one time, you're like, oh, this guy's clear sitting, but like you have no idea, right? You haven't seen them play much. You have a very small sample to get an idea.
Yeah. Now we have King 7. Hand on the button here. A very playable handing position. And Queen Deuce of clubs from the big blind. Checks it.
Is this much limping heads up standards?
Not really. I mean, I know there are players who do prefer to limp. And then, for example, you might limp, like, say, the King 7 offsuit, and then your opponent will raise it up, and then you just call the raise. But you're still playing that handing position, which is something that you want, heads up. So, yeah, I've seen people adopt that. But, yeah, I mean, I think that standard, you usually go for a raise with the King 7 on the dealer button there.
And we saw that Shuizong he limps a whole bunch.
Yeah.
I feel like Zhong Weizheng, there's a good chance he just adjusted to his opponents, and he also started limping.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like then he just doesn't have to play. He can just play small ball poker and try to outplay him post flop.
Yeah. And right now for this guy, he feels like the poker gods is not on his side. He and yeah, he's just hoping that that changes.
One hand is all it takes sometimes. Still got almost 20 big blinds. Everything to play for. Double the stack on the other side though. More than double. 8.2 million.
Okay, so just a call from the button here, and Wu Shitong with the Queen Jack does not choose to raise it up. He just checks it over and then makes top pair on this board. And now 2 pairs, but we can see that any 10 is a straight on this. Curious if Zhong Weizhen is going to take a stab now, and he does reach for chips. Bets 300,000, which is exactly half pot. Wu Shitong makes a quick call with his 2 pairs. And then ace on the river. I see Wu Shitong checking once again. And now it's really up to Zhong Weizhen if he wants to continue telling this story.
He snap checked.
And he does not.
Interesting. He didn't consider a bluff here.
No, he did not.
There's been some slow play at times, like not many, but there's been some. I think Shredsong picked up nicely on the fact that there were a couple bluffs coming into play at times. So I think he's been trying to also himself mix it up a little bit. And he's definitely checked sometimes to induce a bluff or a bet that he was just fully ready to snap call. I think here would have probably been pretty hard to make him fold because both flush draws miss, right? The spades. Although there was the ace on the river. It's been a difficult one to make fold for sure. And especially against his opponent, Zhong Weizhen, who's, he's tried to bluff multiple times. Didn't get called every time, but yet even just getting to call one time, I think he had 6 high. It was that one time he went for it.
We're going to see a bit of trouble here on that board. I mean, surprisingly, both players checked the flop. And we can see that Zhong Weizhen, by just checking pre-flop, has got to see a free flop with 3 deuce offsuit. And Wu Shitong decided not to raise with the ace-8 pre-flop. Kind of got himself in a bit of a sticky situation.
Queen on the river. Zhong Weizhen probably thinking, how much can I get from my opponent here? In micro stakes, they always jam here. They're like, I just hope he has something that's really good somehow, but that I beat. There's like no bluff too. It's so sick.
100万
I hope he has a deuce too.
Yeah, so Zhong Weizhen is looking to get a bit of value here from his opponent, betting 1 million. It's a bet that, for Wu Shitong he could consider calling with his stack, but no.
Wow.
Folding that.
That's surprising, no?
Yeah, he smells something fishy, I guess. And yeah.
That's pretty sick to not find value on this one, actually.
It is. It was weird because he kind of didn't even really like his ace-8 on multiple streets even before the queen arrived on that river, and I don't even know why. He didn't really put any chips in, nothing. And yeah, that was quite surprising actually. I thought it was going to be way big of a pot than it ended up being. It was a lot of pot control for some reason on that flop, which is really weird.
How much do you believe in gut feeling and trusting your gut? Because obviously we're watching this on a TV, but these guys are sitting face to face, so maybe it's his gut feeling. He just looked at him and he was he just has it here.
He has it. Maybe he saw him kind of his body tense up or something like that. He got that sixth sense or something or rather. Yeah. It's actually quite interesting because the book by Malcolm Gladwell actually talks about Blink, the book Blink. It actually talks about that gut feeling that you have when you first meet someone or about a situation, right? And they always say, don't judge a book by its cover and so forth. But he says usually you judge a book by its cover, you're majority of the time you're actually right. You might be like, oh, I give this person a chance or, whatever. And then in the end, you're proven that your first instinct and that gut instinct of yours is something you can rely on quite well.
Yeah.
Yeah, poker is a lot of that,
I think I read that 20 years ago.
Yeah. It's those books that I do go back to, I do enjoy them. Dilla Button Goes all in now with the Queen 10 suited and just takes it down.
That blonde hair. That unexpected blonde hair. Do you think the winner will hop straight into the 15K?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, you know what? I think Zhong Weizhen might be the type of player who might like care about bankroll a little bit more. But I think
Really? I thought you were going to say that it's going to head straight to the
No,
blackout
I think-
table and double it.
no. I think out of the two, Wu Shitong might be the one to jump into straight
Okay.
into the main event.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like Zhong Weizhen is a type of player who decided what he's gonna play coming here and might not deter too much from his plan.
Okay.
All right, so we have both players flopping a straight draw, and Wu Shitong is drawing to the better end of that.
Open-ender for both players here. Turn an absolute blank. With the 3 of clubs.
Zhong Weizhen might be happy betting on the come here, so he's looking to grab some chips.
And already 1.2 million in the middle. He bets 1 million.
He bets 1 million, makes it a sizable bet. You know, probably gonna get a lot of these drawing hands to fold. You can see that that's how important position is, because even though Wu Shitong has a better hand in this spot, can he really call that turn?
He keeps doing this head spin thing. Like he's stretching. Like resetting. He's just gonna let it go. Great bluff. Well, I guess semi-bluff.
Yeah,
He has a draw.
yeah, but no, it worked out really well for him there.
So finally some pots going the way of our player that was at a deficit. Was behind in chips. And closing the gap. $7.8 million for Wu Chuezong starting the hands. 4.3 for Zhong Weizhen. It's just been Lim City. It's all heads up.
Yeah, definitely.
A 7 on the river would be absolutely insane here. As both players will make a straight.
Yeah, I think the main difference between these two players is that Zhong Weizhen is much happier betting on the come, and Wu Shitong isn't. You know, anytime he's got a draw, he's just happy seeing a free card. He's not putting out a bet, you know, he's just checking. And now you're faced with a pot-sized bet on this turn once again. And this time he's opted to call with his straight draw.
Oh my god.
Oh, there it is. You caught it.
That is so sick. Well, that's... Hey, we got our champion.
Oh, wow. So,
Well, actually, Wu Shuizong covers him, so... But yeah,
But
this has to... Well, actually, no. Hey, he's going to bet, but then Wu Shuizong might just call.
I just call. Yeah. I
Although
mean,
you're supposed to jam, right? With the lowest rate.
right. Like, so if he's not afraid of the opponent having a better, it depends really how much he bets, right? If he makes a really big bet, I can see
2
Wu
million.
Shizong. There it is, right? So if he makes a 2 million bet, I don't think Wu Shizong jam. He just calls, right? No, he does jam.
still
He
goes all
does
in.
jam.
上顺打。
Oh, he sees the bad news.
He's just going to run into the nuts
He's
here.
gonna run into the nuts. Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he's going to be on the short stack.
Yeah, that's now once again the chip lead has exchanged hands.
What a
between the
river.
two players. Really, I know you just caught it, and It came and look at all the trouble you've caused.
That is actually sick.
Yeah. And a double up now for our player in the black.
Certainly, probably feeling a lot less sad about that flip he lost, because he definitely hit the money call this time around. Still smiling, look at this. I just want to find a way to be as positive as this guy.
I mean, how great is it when you're holding the nuts and the player goes all in?
Yeah.
And- but, you know, I do think that huge bet on the river there.
Yeah, you can't
No,
raise, probably.
exactly. I mean, what are you really going to get caught by? Like, is the player really doing that with worse than that holding? I don't know. And without having, you know, the nut straight, I think that call is much safer.
That was the micro stakes move as well, to
It
overbet
is,
like this.
yeah.
Yeah, they always do this, and
always
like
do
it's
this.
they never do this with the sets.
Right.
So you can fold your lower straight.
Yeah.
And
That's,
sleep
it's
well
pretty
at
sick,
night.
right? Yeah, because when they go for that pot size bet, you know, it's
They just bet like 90% with the sets.
Yeah. It's the nuts.
Yeah, 125%. No. That's only the nuts.
Now, Zhong Wei Zhen here is our chip leader, holding 9.2 million in chips. And we're seeing that Wu Xuetong has dropped down to 3 million. 15 bigs. And flopping a straight draw.
Another open-ender.
Yeah. And he goes on immediately on that flop. And it is tough, you know, for 6-4 to call. But, you know, if you really break it down, does he really just shove here with a pair of kings? I don't know if he does.
Hell yeah, he does.
Does he?
Yeah.
Just open ship with pocket kings.
Well, it was
Like-
what the SPR was low, right?
No, he's got 15 bigs. He just shipped it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got 15 bigs. He's got 20 now, I think. But yeah.
Well, we've seen him do some of these
We
wild
have.
jams
We
also,
have.
right?
Yeah.
Like initially it looked like he was only nuts, but then it opened up a little bit. Especially that hand where he jammed against the kings. What was it, fives? Right?
Yes.
That he had,
Yeah, just shipped.
he was 25 big blinds effective, was it?
No, I think he had 30.
Oh my
It was like
Yeah,
the
that's-
button raise and he just shipped it. Like he's like, yeah.
I thought it was less. I thought it was like 20.
Yeah, no, his opponent had like 30. big
From
blinds
what
or something.
pocket pair would you like jam there in that situation?
None.
Really?
No, why would you?
Because he's button against big blind, right? Or
It was,
big blind
it was
against
button against big blind as well. But for 30 big blinds effective, you don't need to,
Yeah.
right? Like if the yeah.
But if it was 20,
Yeah, 20 is fine. I think 20 is,
okay.
20 is fine. But you also have, I believe at the time, you have
We're all in. by the
Zhao
way.
William that was really short at the time.
Yeah.
So this could be the final hand of the tournament. We're seeing Wu Shitong here with the king 9
Runs
behind
into
at the
ace
moment.
eights.
Yeah, and then his opponent with ace 8.
Very few outs, and that's it. Zhong Weizhang, after this heads up, he's gonna net himself $120,000. Great run by Wu Xuetong, though. I'm big fan of this guy. He's gonna get 65K for his efforts. The lot champion is Zhong Weizhang.
Yeah, his post-flop aggression, you know, betting with cards to come and stuff like that has really helped him chip up slowly. He waited for a spot where his opponent overvalued his hand, got it in, and yeah, it was a really nice heads-up play by him. He didn't let the fact that the momentum was, you know, pretty much his opponent had that momentum. He did not let that phase him. He just kept at it, and eventually it was